Please be upstanding for the chairman.
Right, members, just to confirm, there are 31 minutes left for questions. And if anybody needs to leave the chamber, don't be precious about walking across the middle. Take the shortest route you can to get out, because it will cut down on people squeezing past each other. Right, we resume then with question 7 from Councillor Elizabeth Williamson concerning local footpaths.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can the Chair please give an update on the status of the footpath off Main Street near the Foresters Arms in Newthorpe, which leads to Greasley Church and the Moorgreen Reservoir? What can this council do to reopen these footpaths that residents value so much as soon as possible? Thank you.
Councillor Butler, to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome to the post-lunch lull. Thank you for your question. Officers are working hard to resolve the ongoing obstruction and reinstatement of these public paths, and have spent a considerable amount of time and effort, including time in court, to establish exactly where the paths run. There are two main issues. Firstly, the erection of a building in the 60s that is partly situated on one of the paths. This issue wasn't apparent for many years because record keeping wasn't as detailed at the time. Therefore, in the years since, walkers have used the available footpath rather than the historically recorded path. Secondly, in 2013, further obstructions were placed on the routes that people had been using since the 1960s. These things together mean that the routes are now unavailable. Officers have been looking into ways of fitting these paths into the modern landscape to ensure the good, usable routes are in place as soon as possible. The Council has made a legal order to divert both footpaths onto a better modern alignment. However, an objection has been received, and as a result, only the Secretary of State, State's Inspector, can make the decision as to whether the paths can be diverted. Therefore, the matter is currently with the Government's Planning Inspectorate, and unfortunately, we understand that consideration has been delayed by the impact of the pandemic. That said, the County Council is continuing to do everything it can to bring this case to a satisfactory conclusion as quickly as possible for the benefit to both users of the path, but also the relevant landowners. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Councillor Zosny, can I remind you to put your phone on silent, please? I've already fined one of my members £5 for my charity, and I hopefully that you will reciprocate and pay your £5 before you leave the meeting today. Councillor Williamson, have you got a supplementary?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Move on to question 8 then. Councillor Helen Ann Smith about proactive approach to speeding. Jolly good.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Parts of Sutton and Ashfield resemble racetracks with no traffic enforcement whatsoever. Alfred Street and Howard Street are prime examples, as they see a huge amount of traffic accessing the estate off Farndale Road. When will this council adopt a proactive approach to speeding rather than the current reactive one where you wait for accidents to happen before taking any action? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Neil Clark, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm a little bit surprised by this question from Councillor Smith, because she's been on the council long enough to know, I think, what the answer's going to be. She will be aware that the speed limit enforcement is a matter for Nottinghamshire Police and not this council. However, the County Council is proactive in trying to address speeding issues in a number of ways within the powers available to us and within the limited resources available to us. Where practical, we use road engineering measures ranging from traffic warning signs and road markings through to higher cost installations such as interactive speed signs and assessing the need for measuring traffic flows and average speeds. Pedestrian facilities are also prioritised on the basis of traffic flows and the number of pedestrian crossings who might potentially come into contact with them. It is a fact that the most intrusive and controversial measures, such as traffic calming and speed cameras, are reserved primarily for sites where accidents are involving serious and fatal injuries. This ensures that the very high cost of these types of schemes is justified and only implemented as a last resort when other speed reduction techniques have been tried and failed. We are very proactive in listening to public concerns about speeding and other traffic issues, and Councillor Smith, and indeed any member of the council, may wish to visit the County Council website, in particular the page specifically dedicated to speed limits, and she'll see that there's a statement there which I quote: "If you believe that traffic travels too fast along roads in your area, make a record of when and where the problem occurs. You can then report it online using our Make a New Highways request form. When such a problem is reported to us, it will be investigated to gauge the seriousness of the problem, and the powers that we have at our disposal might provide a solution, or whether it's essentially an enforcement issue, then of course we will raise it and pass it on to the police. The measures that the County Council can take are dictated by national criteria and guidance. So, for instance, the public requests a change to a speed limit in an area, we cannot just do this arbitrarily or instantly. I'm sure we're well aware we have to have a traffic regulation order. It takes time, a legal procedure, and it could be over a year for that to happen. And perhaps everybody is well aware that that regulation order process, I certainly would agree, could be quicker, but we are governed by the national law as it stands. And we have to govern by consensus to a degree. The speed limit chosen for a particular area, road, must be appropriate for the conditions, and most drivers must obey the limit without the need for constant police enforcement. The purpose of the police as speed limit enforcers is to identify and catch those who brazenly disregard what drivers and residents regard and respect as sensible speed limits. Later today, we will discuss a motion seeking to explore the feasibility of implementing a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit in all our conurbations. The motion is similar to one that was agreed at the end of the last administration, and I intend to approach this one in a similar constructive manner by asking the Transport and Environment Committee to look carefully at what is practical, feasible and achievable. As the new chairman of the T&E committee, I welcome constructive ideas about how we can set the most appropriate speed limits to suit the needs of particular areas of the county, such as Alfred Street, Howard Street and Farndale Road, and address any particular problems which occur, but I do stress again within the available resources. Therefore, I reject the suggestion that we are not already proactive in our approach within the confines of the powers we have at our disposal. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Do you have a supplementary, Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to come back. I appreciate what you've said there, Councillor Clark, but the area that I'm talking about is a rat run. It's used to avoid main roads. How many streets can people say in estate roads that have got interactive speed signs? Every different manager that we've had from VIA that's covered the Ashfield area, I've asked about this area. I've asked for speed restrictions. I've asked for speed cameras. I've asked for interactive speed signs, and they haven't materialised. Councillor Clark, I'd like to ask you now, could I have some interactive speed signs on Alfred Street, or would you be willing to meet with me in person on Alfred Street so you can see the issue for yourself? Not only is it a rat run, it's a terrace street. It is very narrow. We have lots of issues with people trying to cross the road. It's not feasible for a crossing.
Thank you, Councillor. You've asked your question.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, certainly Councillor Smith has, by the sound of it, detailed a lot of the communications and contact that she's already had with officers in investigating this issue. So I think my first course of action would be to check with them to see what assessments have already been established. Obviously, I'm not going to commit myself to saying yay or nay or any other commitment until I've got the facts checked carefully with officers to ascertain what the facts of the matter actually are. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor David Shaw.
Thank you, Chair. And I rise as a member of the opposition for the residents of Hucknall and Ashfield when I ask this question to the Chairman of the Economic Development and Asset Management Committee. Thank you. Spending £28 million on new council offices at Topwiggy Farm, Worksop and at County Hall, and doing others up as was agreed in February 2020, just before the pandemic, bearing in mind the report on the hybrid working practices agreed at the Policy Committee on the 15th of July and ongoing review of the council's estates, does the Chairman agree with me that now is the time to pause these plans until we have a clearer picture of whether the new offices are actually needed?
Councillor Girling.
The short answer is no. Thank you, Councillor Shaw, for your question, although it is somewhat inaccurate. I hope Councillor Shaw would not wish to mislead the public, so in the interest of openness and transparency, I must point out that the £28 million he mentioned is for investment in the whole Nottinghamshire County Council estate, not just Topwiggy. The Topwiggy Farm and County Hall developments are all part of the wider investment in Nottinghamshire programme. The programme is currently under review to ensure it aligns with the hybrid working model. And a report on the outcome of this review and next steps will be submitted to the Economic Development and Asset Management Committee in the autumn. I can assure Councillor Shaw, try saying that when you've had a drink, that all members of the EDAM committee will be able to consider the proposals at that time and provide constructive input to ensure we have an office estate that is fit for purpose. But it would be inappropriate to presume the outcome of this before members have had a chance to consider it fully. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Girling. Councillor Shaw, do you have a supplementary?
I do, Chair, thank you. I did mention Topwiggy Farm, Worksop and County Hall in my question. As an opposition councillor, would he not agree? I am as an opposition councillor. Would he not agree with me? But bringing the issue of spending £28 million on unnecessary buildings is, and nothing else, economic folly. Would he agree with me that decisions should be reviewed and brought to committee and stopped? Thank you.
I already said that. Councillor Girling.
Oops. Right, your question states spending £28 million on new council officers at Topwiggy Farm. Mentioned nothing about the council estate, Topwiggy Farm. Read your own question. OK, that's why I've answered it in that way. Yeah, we're not going to commit or say we're not going to do anything until we understand what the requirements are for this council in terms of its estate. Officers that work for this council really hard, deserve to be working from appropriate buildings so they can deliver the services that they are here to deliver. And it's our responsibility of the council to make sure that that happens. It will go through the EDAM committee. You've got your leader of your group who will be on that committee, so I'm sure he'll work with you and everybody else in your group to come up with your solutions for what we should be doing. They will be considered and then we'll move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Girling. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Chairman. I've raised my concerns with the footpath officer before on several occasions about the lack of disabled access at the north entrance and Cordy Lane of the mineral line, which connects to the Brinsley Headstock site. A circular route is not possible for people in wheelchairs, mobility scooters or with pushchairs. They have to travel the length of the path and then turn around and go back again because the gate at the north entrance isn't suitable. The gate should be moved to allow a radar key gate to be installed. The footpath officer says the landowner doesn't want the gate to be changed. Surely a footpath should be accessible to all, not just people with 2 working legs. What can the council do to ensure that this footpath is accessible to all? Thank you.
Councillor Neil Clark.
Thank you, Chairman. Nottinghamshire County Council is committed to maximising the accessibility of public rights of way wherever this is legally and physically possible, especially with consideration for people who have wheelchairs, mobility scooters and other equipment which requires suitable space and no insurmountable barriers. I understand that the current gate at Brinsley is an authorised structure on the public highway, which means that the landowner is allowed to have the limitation on the public highway, footpath. The council encourages landowners to replace structures which allow limited accessibility with alternative structures that are more accommodating for people with disabilities. The authority has been successful in persuading a number of different landowners to replace stiles with more accessible kissing gates. But we cannot impose the removal of an approved structure or force its replacement. Regarding the particular gate that you've mentioned, I am given to understand that due to physical constraints and topography of the location, it would not be possible to erect a larger radar-style kissing gate without moving it. The landowner wants to keep the existing gate, as I understand it, in its current location, but officers will continue to maintain a dialogue with a view to trying to resolve the matter and deliver improved access at this location. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Williamson, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, thank you. Can I just ask, please, can you clarify who has the final say on the decision of whether that gate's changed or not? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, as I did actually intimate in the answer to the question, it depends who the actual owner of the property is, who the owner of the structure is, and at the end of the day, if it's by another landlord, that landowner has the ultimate say, because I did refer to the fact that there is one there already. It's up to the landowner to choose whether they wish to replace it or not. I did actually state we can't actually force a replacement. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Girodny.
Thank you, Chairman. Question to the Leader of the Council. How much do you estimate setting up a combined authority will cost in the East Midlands? Will it, like other combined authorities across the country, be funded by charging a levy to all 22 district and borough councils, the 3 unitary city councils, and the 3 city councils? And how much do you estimate this to be per council per year? Minister Luke Hall told you last week that any local government reorganisation must have a good deal of support amongst the councils and stakeholders. How does the leader expect to demonstrate this public support, and does he envisage a referendum? Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Bradley.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Councillor Josney, for your question and for the open way we've been able to talk about this prior to the meeting and to go through it. It's very welcome. The short answer in terms of how much will it cost is I couldn't possibly say, and nor could anybody else, until we engage in a conversation with government about the detail and what it might look like, because there are all sorts of options. But I'll start with going through your question piece by piece. If you'll indulge me, Mr. Chairman, I want to go into this in some detail, because I think it's an important part of the outcomes that we want to get as an administration from today. Start with the benefits of a combined authority and a recent example. In the £1 billion devolution deal for West Yorkshire, the new mayoral combined authority was elected to oversee powers over transport, education, housing, regeneration, adult education budget. That means that the authority will have access to over 1.1 billion of investment in the region. Every other region in England has a similar deal. Manchester in the northwest, Teesside, West Midlands, west of England, and of course London in the southeast. I wonder why we don't. It surely can't be for lack of ambition or leadership on our part. Right now, it certainly isn't for lack of opportunity, because we've been asked directly by the Prime Minister to come forward with ideas. It stands to me and seems to me that we are missing out on an opportunity currently. So bear in mind that any deal is for us to decide. So these are powers and resources coming down from government, not up from local councils. Any powers that might be pulled across councils can only be done so by the choice on consent of those councils. That's what's written in the legislation. So at this stage, all that we are asking all that local councils need to do is to demonstrate a willingness to collaborate, to put aside political differences, to explore this opportunity. I'm happy to say unashamedly that I intend to push for an ambitious devolution deal for our county and our region, because it seems to me we're missing out on significant investment and opportunity. It's early days, but we need to start at the beginning of that process, and the beginning is a conversation and an agreement to take that forward and to talk to government about it. That's the only way we're going to get the detail to answer your questions. I can set out the legal framework for the establishment of them, because that will help me to answer some of the other parts of your question. So combined authorities are legal structures comprising 2 or more local authorities. They can be established with or without a mayor, depending on how we, what scale we choose to go with. As I've said, the Prime Minister's offered a range of scales, ranging from a county and a city working together on delivering better bus services, all the way up to something, huge multi-billion-pound deals, as in the West Midlands or as in Greater Manchester. The combined authorities that exist currently have been established under 2 pieces of legislation: the Local Democracy Act of 2009, Cities and Local Government Act of 2016. And under both of them, there is a process that determines how it's set up and includes consultation with the public and local stakeholders. 2009 Act, local authorities were able to establish combined authorities through a governance review, which included local public consultation. Under the 2016 Act, the Secretary of State can decide to establish combined authority with the consent of councils, and in that case, the Secretary of State undertakes public consultation. In terms of funding, as I said, it seems self-evident to me that constituent local councils would likely have to contribute to the upkeep of a combined authority. Frankly, if government is handing down multi-billion-pound investment packages to our region, it's probably only right that our local authorities contribute to the management of that funding, and we want to do that in order to have an appropriate stake and appropriate say in how it is spent. And we already do it, of course, for things like East Midlands Councils, the Midlands Engine, Local Enterprise Partnership, where local authorities contribute to those wider regional schemes. So some of those things could actually be wrapped up in a combined authority if we chose to go by that route. The Local Enterprise Partnership, for example, could become part of that organisation. So how it works, how much it costs, can't possibly know, because it depends whether we're doing 2 people looking at buses or a multi-billion-pound deal. But in terms of examples that are out there, I mean, Councillor Drosny, you'll be as able to me to go online and search for some of those public budgets that are available for those authorities, and there are countless examples. As I said, every other region has one except us. What I can tell you is that all councils in membership of these authorities will have made a basic value for money assumption. They'll have made a calculation about the resources that need to go into it versus the benefits that they will receive from it, and they have clearly decided, because unanimity is required, they have clearly all decided that there is value in their involvement. And this includes 2-tier structures: Cambridge District Council, Fenland, Huntingdon, South Cambridgeshire, all district councils in a 2-tier structure involved in a devolution deal. If it's good enough for Peterborough and good enough for Cambridgeshire, I think it is potentially good enough for us as well, and something worth reviewing. Now, Chairman, what I've explained today is the way the world works now. The Prime Minister laid out a speech last week that made very clear that he sees devolution as a mechanism to deliver investment through this levelling up programme, with legislation, white paper to come in the autumn, spending review, and he laid out that this was a key mechanism for us to be able to consider accessing that funding. I think it's important that we're involved in that conversation for that reason. And having spent the last couple of months consulting leaders around the district, boroughs, city councils, and my colleagues, Nottinghamshire members of Parliament, I can tell you there is a sizable appetite to review this. Councillor Fole, not here, but hopefully she's listening, mentioned at Policy Committee last week, is this the plan that I am bringing forward and saying it must be X? No, it is not, so she is. This is a case of me saying, let's broach this conversation together. Let's go in with as many stakeholders as we can and discuss what the opportunities might be, and then we can make that value for money decision on the basis of the detail that we can figure out. Finally, I would just address your reference to local government reorganisation in the question and just reiterate what I've said. And I said at the annual general meeting last time, I've no plans to visit local government reorganisation in terms of our 2-tier structures. It's clear there's no agreement, and so it's not on the cards and not part of this discussion. I think this is, as I've said, about what powers and what investment we can bring down and bring towards and more local to our region, not to bring things up from parish and district councils. So I want to work with you Councillor Drosny, with leaders across the county, Ashfield District Council, on an ambitious plan for the county and for our region. I'm sure we're going to get into this more into the motion in a minute, but I'm offering collaboration here. I want us to go and talk about this openly in the right forum, not seeking an argument. I know you have many questions, as other leaders do, and quite rightly so. But I've said to you privately, and I'll say it publicly in the chamber today, the way to answer that, in my view, is go and start that initial discussion, to get into the detail, to figure out what we can agree, what it might look like, and then we can all make that judgment.
Thank you, Councillor Bradley. Councillor Drosny, do you have a supplementary?
You'd be disappointed if I didn't, Chairman. Yes, thanks, Ben. I know we don't want to rehearse the argument of the motion that's coming up, and I know we've had detailed debates, mostly subsequent to the submission of this. So I don't want to go through the whole thing, but there's one point, and I know that was much more about reorganisation, but that was not skipped over, but was brief in your response, and that was about public support. And I think that's one of the crucial things, because you may well be able to convince us and leaders across Nottinghamshire that, and the region, that this is beneficial. It might well be a complicated argument to members of the public that we're creating another tier of local government. So I think we need to have that open and honest conversation with them as well. A referendum may or may not be the best point, the way of doing that, but I guess I want some sort of confidence that you see public dialogue as important. I know we'll debate how that is, but that the public will be explained to us best that they can about what you're trying to achieve once we go down this path. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that supplementary. I think it's absolutely right, and it's key that the public are brought along this journey and into this discussion. I've tried over the last few weeks to set out a bit of an explanation. I was on Radio Nottingham this morning talking about the potential opportunities, where we are in the process, trying to explain that. I think the key thing, and the reason that I'm very keen to have this open conversation both here and out there, is we can't end up in a scenario like we did on local government reorganisation, where we've got some leaders saying it must be X and everything else is awful, other leaders saying it must be Y and everything else is awful, and then the public don't know what to believe or what's true or what's not. And we need to be able to have that open dialogue here, which is why it's so important that all of those stakeholders are brought with us. I think in terms of final public consultation or public say in this decision, as I've said, it depends what route we go down as to how that looks. There certainly needs to be that very open conversation. I hope it's something where, once we've got round the table, we've agreed what is the right thing, we can all go out as leaders across the county and explain why we feel that's the right thing, whatever that decision may be, and to inform the public. Because quite frankly, I don't think many people spend much of their time wondering about what structures of local government might be, or have a great deal of interest in the structures. They just want to know that it will deliver and why it will deliver better services. So it's incumbent on all of us to make that argument, and that's why I think we need to get into that conversation to see what is the right approach, to agree, to decide, and then to go out and have that public discussion.
Thank you. We've time for one more question according to the clock. Could I ask Councillor David Shaw to put his question to Councillor Clark?
Thank you very much, Chairman. A short question. Could the Chair please tell me whether he thinks that there is a correlation between poor lighting and street crime?
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chairman. It might be a short question, but I'm afraid it's rather a long answer, because it's sort of asking about what I think about the correlation. And so it's a question of trying to work out, what is some...
It was my fault when I still had my microphone on. I apologise.
Can you repeat your question then, please, for the benefit of the members that didn't hear it? Make sure you speak into your microphone.
OK. This is a question to the Chairman of the Transport and Environment Committee. Could the Chair please tell me whether he thinks that there is a correlation between poor street lighting and crime?
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, I don't know whether you heard the start of my answer, but basically I was talking about, well, it's a matter of opinion, because asking me what I think about it is different to actually asking about facts, etc. And it's a question of really trying to determine what does Councillor Shaw actually mean by poor street lighting. Now, does he mean it refers to the brightness or the number of lights, or are they street lights out of order, or insufficiency of street lights? There's so many different ways of interpreting it. Some people might even be asking whether street lights should be switched on at all in certain areas in the dead of night, burning energy, when we've just, in this council, only at the last meeting, unanimously declared a climate emergency. So, we have these factors arguing or fighting with each other, if you like. So the problem, possibly, is that the public often perceive that poor or reduced lighting is an invitation to criminals, even though several studies have found this not to be true. However, there has been research in the press and media based on 14 years of data from 62 local authorities across England and Wales, which found there was no evidence of a link between reduced street lighting and increased crime, or indeed traffic accidents for that matter. The study, which was led by the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine in partnership with the University College London, looked at councils that had implemented a range of reduced street light strategies, including switching off lights permanently, reducing the number of hours that lamps are switched on at night, dimming lights, and replacing traditional orange lamps with energy efficient white light LED lamps. They focused on offences more likely to occur at night, including burglary, vehicle theft, robbery, violence and sexual assault. And overall, there was no evidence of an association between reduced street lighting and increased crime. I've heard comment from police in the past saying, well, if the criminals don't like the dark either because they can't see what they're doing. So, how do you make that judgment? Another report by the Cambridge Research Group concluded that, and I quote, "The evidence pointing towards the limited benefit of streetlights in reducing crime cannot be reversed and used to argue that withdrawing lighting will result in an increase." The Cambridge Research Group also concluded that there's strong evidence, strong association in the minds of the public between the presence of lighting and a feeling of safety, even if this is evidentially not proven. This reminds me of a long-standing debate over bobbies on the beat, where the evidence suggests they're not necessarily the most efficient way to tackle crime, but the public perception was they wanted a visible police presence to feel safer. The County Council eventually decided in 2014 to commit instead to a huge rollout of LED lights, given that LED technology was advancing rapidly and the price of LEDs was falling. And there has been early consultation with the police prior to the change to LED. White light has always been used near CCTV as it gives better colour definition, and our lighting teams have worked closely with the police control rooms to enable this. Chairman, I could go on a lot further. I'm conscious of time because I've actually got another page worth of facts, but I think it's probably best because there's a lot of other business that you wish to conduct. So I think I should merely conclude by saying that other lighting also exists within town centres, housing estates and leisure centres that are often owned by district councils as well as county councils. And so it's an issue that I think is subject to a lot of opinion and research. And as I've indicated, probably not yet quite conclusive. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Do you have a supplementary?
I do. Just a quick one, Chairman. Thank you. In light of what was said this morning, and given that we have troublesome areas in my division, could he confirm what the available budget is if a new lighting scheme were to be identified in one of my wards for 2021-2022? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Yeah, obviously I have that information at my very fingertips, obviously, Chairman, on every street. I will endeavour to get some information to him from officers in the fullness of time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Can I just advise that the remaining questions will be the subject of written answers, and the appropriate answer will be circulated in due course. Right, motions now then. We'll move on to the nitty-gritty. Right, members, can we settle down? Now we move on to agenda item 12, which is notice, excuse me, notice of motions. And motion 1, I call upon Councillor Ben Bradley to move the motion.
Thank you, Chairman. A pleasure to introduce this motion, which I think is really significant for our consideration today, not least because it's a huge part of what I've been doing as leader of the council over the recent months to package up the opportunities that exist for our county, for our region, in a way that can make it as attractive as possible to government, to ensure that we can deliver on key decisions. And at this key time, with all the various methods going forward in the autumn, levelling up white paper, spending review and others, that we're making this case at the right time. So I'll start by reading it out in full and we can go from there. Nottinghamshire County Council has an ambitious plan for Nottinghamshire and the East Midlands. In recent times, by speaking with one voice and with careful planning and preparation, we've secured success, including establishing an interim development corporation as a precursor to statutory development vehicle for Toton, Chetwynd, the Ratcliffe-on-Soar Power Station and the area around East Midlands Airport, working with partners to develop the UK's only inland free port, leading the work to establish the UK's most connected HS2 hub station at Toton, securing 2 sites on the long list for the STEP nuclear fusion demonstrator, securing 24.3 million to improve the A614, supporting our district and borough councils and securing towns fund grants totalling over 120 million, leading a world-first 5G connected forest project, digitising the visitor economy and providing 5G network coverage to new communities in Edwinstowe through a 10 million government-sponsored project with local businesses and national research institutes, working with Midlands Connect and Highways England to deliver the A46 improvements and upgrade the A1 motorway to improve connectivity and unlock development sites of national significance, working with Midlands Connect and our district councils to explore a levelling up fund bid to extend the Robin Hood line and open the Maid Marian line to transform connectivity in Mid and North Nottinghamshire, being seen by government as a credible and reliable partner, and this is generating new opportunities for funding and to test and trial new initiatives such as our success with the social housing decarbonisation programme. These successes are born out of strong collaboration across the county and with our regional partners. Regionally, this council plays a leading role in the Midlands Engine, Midlands Connect. We're a key player in the East Midlands Councils and Transport for East Midlands, and we stand on the cusp of significant levelling up opportunities. Our development corporation alone would deliver 84,000 jobs, up to 10,000 homes, 4.8 billion of new GVA. With continued government support and early decision making, we can stand ready to deliver tangible outcomes and benefits across our county and region. So, key bit, this council calls on the 3 political group leaders to write collectively to the Prime Minister, setting out this unique opportunity to support the East Midlands levelling up agenda and make the decisions necessary to catalyse the following key elements of our plan. And I would stress that these are the 3 decisions that are to be made this year. To confirm the HS2 Eastern leg will be constructed in full with Toton as the hub station. To place our development corporation on a statutory footing, recognising the potential it brings for planned and sustainable development, jobs, skills and homes, and to prioritise the East Midlands for a devolution deal off the back of the forthcoming levelling up white paper so we can accelerate growth and prosperity for the East Midlands and Nottinghamshire. So as you can see from that lengthy diatribe, there are many complex and interconnecting factors in this motion, Mr Chairman, and some are already underway. Many of them have funding secured and we'll see a great benefit from them in the coming years. Our A614 improvements, 5G rollout, towns fund bids across the county that will bring huge rewards for our area. There are others that are underway and where the council is a partner, like our inland freeport at East Midlands Airport, where the next phase of the business case is due to be submitted in the autumn. As you'll see from the final paragraph there, it asks, if you like, of the motion, there are several key government decisions to be made on our regional plans, around the spending review, levelling up white paper, etc. And this motion asks the council to agree, leaders cross-party will write to government to lay out the importance of these asks. I'll take them one by one. The integrated rail plan is where final decisions will be made about the route and extent of HS2, including the location of any East Midlands hub. 7 years of planning have gone into the proposal for Toton, and all of these kinds of propositions along the length and breadth of HS2, of all of them, I would argue that Toton is among the most advanced in terms of planning, in terms of phase 2 of HS2. It's just about the only one that's pretty much unanimously supported by all the relevant stakeholders across councils, business groups, people like Midlands Connect or the LEP. Years of work have been done to put the case to government, but the final decision still isn't certain. There are all sorts of rumours floating around about what it might be. And so we've redoubled our effort as a region in the last few months to try and push the case for this. Assuming HS2 East goes ahead, at least to the East Midlands, then there's two options on the table. One is Toton, where we've done years of work that makes us very advanced in terms of that planning for transport connectivity, planning for investment, for the benefits that we could accrue. We could therefore begin to work very quickly. We could get spades in the ground and get working potentially even within the next year or two. We could see development starting to take place. The other alternative is a line to East Midlands Parkway, which is less desirable, although there are still some benefits, but less desirable because of its location on a floodplain in the Greenbelt, because of the huge technical challenges it presents in terms of the technical work on how you go forward, because it needs to go through Nottingham, and Nottingham Station is not fit for that purpose. You'd almost have to knock the thing down. And because obviously with the amount of planning that's gone into HS2, we'll be going backwards 5, 6, 7 years in terms of the process of actually getting things done and delivered before we see any tangible benefit from it. So along with regional partners, I and the council have been making this case to government, seeking to show and explain this isn't about a train line per se, certainly not for our region. It's about not about getting 10 minutes faster from here to Birmingham. It's about the economic development, the potential for job creation and regeneration that exists around that hub. And then additionally, if HS2 takes that route north of there, actually at Chesterfield, and for the north of Nottinghamshire too, at the accompanying engineering centre and hub there, which is in the region of 2,500 jobs over the course of the coming years for the north of Derbyshire and Nottinghamshire. Those jobs and that benefit is game-changing for many people in our county, and this element of today's motion, I think, is very much worthy of all of our support, because, frankly, regardless of whether you agree that HS2 is good or bad or value for money or not, if it's going to happen, I hope we want to make absolutely sure that our region and our county gets the full benefit from it, and that we're not left just as that place you go past on the train on your way to the northern powerhouse. We're asking government to deliver on the eastern leg and ensure that Toton is a key part of that plan. Second on the list of asks in today's motion is to place our development corporation on a statutory footing. What that means in practice is for government to legislate this autumn in the planning bill that is coming forward to give the DevCo the powers it needs to be able to effectively deliver growth on key sites around the region. It's really important for a number of reasons. Firstly, that the power invested in the DevCo, which could come forward in that planning bill, makes for a hugely attractive proposition to investors and will help to attract money to our region. That's because it gives us the ability to streamline the planning process, to take joined up decisions, including master planning all of the infrastructure that needs to come with those development as part of the same process. That speeds things up, makes it simpler, and maximises the benefit from any investment. The second part is that for us as a council and for the public sector, in delivery of our goals, that master planning element means we can set our expectations early doors. We're not at the whim of the market. We can demand the highest environmental standards. We can focus on certain types of businesses or sectors like renewable energy or high-tech clean manufacturing. We can ensure that the jobs created are sustainable and better paid than the ones that we've already got. With government's levelling up agenda in mind, that's absolutely key, because the DevCo, a partnership between public and private sector, can be the difference between those developments, which will come forward anyway, let's be honest, on these sites. They will come forward in some shape or form, simply being the cheapest and most efficient thing for the market to bring forward, or being something that's future-facing with desirable jobs that improve the lives of local residents through opportunities. And that's what the Development Corporation is about. And there may be added benefit in future of joining up the Development Corporation with the Freeport that I've mentioned, to be able to bring those benefits forward to master plan those sites on the Freeport, in the Freeport discussion too. So again, widely supported by stakeholders across the region, and we're asking government to bring those powers forward in legislation. Third and finally, devolution. I've touched on this already, so I'll skip some paragraphs that I've got here that I've already said, but I know it's set hairs running already, so I'll make clear just to start again. This is not about unitary authorities. This is not about local government reform or structures in the sense that people understood it from previous discussions and previous administration. It's not on the cards. That's not what we're talking about. It's about what investment can we bring down from a national level to our county or to our region, and we don't have to bring anything up to that level unless we choose to, because as local authorities, we are in charge of that decision as to what we do. What we can do is to have that regional investment that is more responsive to our communities, more local in terms of priorities and planning, and able to implement bespoke local policy in a way that generic national decisions in Whitehall can't do. And that's the opportunity that it offers. So the ask here, and I'll stress this because I know this is the issue, and Councillor Foley raised this last week, the ask here, if we agree to write this letter, and I will confirm the language with both opposition leaders before we send it, is to start a conversation. The ask here is to follow up on the Prime Minister's statement asking local authorities and groups and regions to come forward with proposals or for discussions, and to begin to explore that option, to look at the potential benefits. Can we look at the details with the government? Can we look at what might be possible and then make an informed decision for our region? This is not me standing here saying, I have a plan, this is what it must be. We've been there, don't want to do that, we're not going to do that. And I feel very strongly that discussion is an important one. So I've met with district and county leaders across the region, all of Nottinghamshire's district leaders. I've met with all of the upper tier authorities across Leicestershire, Derbyshire and Nottinghamshire counties and cities to have this conversation and to get each of their own hopes and fears about what it might be. We're doing everything we can to have this early discussion and consultation. Everybody, with varying degrees of enthusiasm or concern, agrees that this is something that's worthy for a discussion in the first instance. So my obvious hope is that those discussions will be reflected in today's debate. The Prime Minister made very clear, as I've said, that in his levelling up speech last week, that this is a key mechanism for him to deliver funding to our area. Finally, I'll just give one example of what that could mean. If you look, and I spoke to Gavin Williamson earlier on this week about education, about the improving schools funding that's been given to Ashfield and Mansfield. The criteria for that is set nationally, doesn't necessarily fit everything that we want to do or need to deliver locally. We could set that regionally, and we could decide based on our place and our area the best way to spend that funding. And that's just one example of the potential benefits. So I hope we can discuss this openly. I hope we can agree to go and have that formal discussion, and we'll take it forward from there.
Councillor Zarodny, you indicated you wish to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our group has an amendment that we'd like to present. So I don't know if members would like to have this circulated and have
Can you make sure that the monitoring officer has a copy to verify that it's a valid amendment? And can you, once that's done, distribute? And we will have a 10-minute recess.
Yeah,
So,
yes, two.
colleagues will circulate it. Thank you, Councillor Zadrozny. We'll take a few minutes to validate it and come back. We'll start with 10. Hopefully that will be enough.
well today. Right, we have had a motion from the independents. It has been verified by the monitoring officer as a valid motion, and I call upon Jason to move the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just with members' indulgence from the amended sheet that you've got, I'm moving this motion minus paragraph 2 and then the third line, which starts whilst noting. So I'm moving that as printed minus that. In the spirit, I've just told Councillor Bradley he knows what a compromising and giving chap I am. So it's true. So on that basis, Mr. Chairman, I'm moving that motion, the amended one there. Would you like me to read it or just speak for a moment, Chair?
Can you read it? Yeah.
Read
Can you
it. So
clarify exactly
just for clarity, so the motion amended would be Nottinghamshire County Council has an ambitious plan for Nottinghamshire and the East Midlands. This council notes that the government's own figures on identifiable government spending per head, the East Midlands has the lowest spend per head of the UK of £8,879. This compares unfavourably to the West Midlands at £9,570 per head, Yorkshire and the Humber at £9,401 per head. Spend per head in the East Midlands is £522 less per head a year than the UK average of £9,895. Nottinghamshire County Council therefore welcomes establishing an interim development corporation as a precursor to a statutory development vehicle for Towton, Chetwynd, the Ratcliffe-on-Soar Power Station and the area around East Midlands Airport, working with partners to develop the UK's only inland free port, leading the work to establish the UK's most connected HS2 hub station at Towton, securing 2 sites on the long list for the STEP nuclear fusion demonstrator, securing 24.3 million to improve the A614 A6097. Ashfield District Council securing 62.6 million, Newark and Sherwood District Council securing 25 million, Broxtowe Borough Council receiving 21.1 million and Mansfield District Council securing 12.3 million in the town's funds bids. Leading the world first 5G connected forest project, digitalising the visitor economy and providing 5G network coverage to new communities in Edwinstowe through a £10 million government sponsored project, working with local businesses and national research institutes, working with Midlands Connect and Highways England to deliver the A46 improvements and upgrade the A1 to motorway standard to improve connectivity at unblocked development sites of national significance, working with Midlands Connect and our borough and district councils to explore a levelling up fund bid to extend the Robin Hood line and open the Maid Marian line to transform connectivity in the mid and north Nottinghamshire. These ambitions, I've got sweat in my eyes. These ambitions need strong collaboration across the county and with our regional partners. Regionally, this council plays a leading role in the Midlands Engines and Midlands Connect, and we are a key player in East Midlands councils and transport for the East Midlands. With government support and early decision making, we stand ready to deliver tangible outcomes and benefits across our county and region. This council calls upon the 3 political group leaders to write collectively to the Prime Minister, setting out this unique opportunity to support Nottinghamshire and the East Midlands levelling up agenda, and to make the decisions necessary to catalyse the following key elements of our plan. To confirm the HS2 Eastern leg will be constructed in full, with Towton as the hub station, to confirm full electrification of the Midlands main line so that Nottinghamshire can realise the economic and environmental benefits, to place the Development Corporation on a statutory footing, recognising the potential it brings for planned and sustainable development, jobs, skills and homes, and to prioritise the East Midlands for a devolution deal off the back of forthcoming Levelling Up white paper so we can accelerate growth and prosperity for the East Midlands and Nottinghamshire. If I move that as read, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Rosny. Councillor Bradley? Sorry, Councillor Hollis, you're seconding the motion.
I'll second that, Chairman, and reserve a right to speak.
Sorry about that. Councillor Bradley.
Thank you, Chairman. Conservative administration is happy to accept that amended version of Jason's amendment, if that's the
amended
right
amendment.
phraseology.
Right, speakers now then. Councillor Kerry.
Yes, thank you, Mr.
Councillor
Chairman.
Dobson.
I might be saying a point of clarification on the amended motion. Just bear with me. I might be doing something a bit silly here, but my understanding is that where we're saying on this that the East Midlands number is 8879, and the UK average is 9895. Does that not mean that the spend per head in the East Midlands is 1,016 less than the UK average, or am I reading this in a rather silly way? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kerry. Councillor Drosny, are your maths correct, or have you had a relapse?
I do want to clarify, Mr. Chairman, that the Conservatives have looked over this twice. So if I've got it wrong, so has everybody else. Ben, you should have shown Eric earlier. Chairman, we can amend the figure to show the gaps.
Chief Executive.
So just to clarify, Councillor Kerry, we probably should have done the sums when we validated the motion. We did the words, not the numbers. If you're happy to accept the spirit of it, as your leader has suggested, we can correct any mathematical errors later on. So in the record, it's correct.
Thank you for that clarification. Councillor Dobson, I think you were next indicated to speak.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, when I opened my papers to see this motion, the original motion, while most of it I could agree with and couldn't disagree with, I thought, why is it so long and windy? With greatest respect to you, Ben. I think you could have put it in a much more succinct way, and therefore everybody would have been much happier. But what I do take exception to is that, can I remind each and every one of you in this room that I represent 10,000 people, and it's down here the three political leaders. Why? I'm not a political leader, but I represent 10,000 people different to you because they vote for me as an independent. So what I would like, I'd like that word changing, and I'd like it to be this council agrees to write unanimously to the Prime Minister, so the whole of us are included. I don't feel left out, but I feel very fraught about it because you always forget, and with the greatest respect, Ben, I thought you were going to include me. Your predecessor did used to leave me out, and she used to get me quite angry, and I used to rattle her cage, but I'm not going to rattle your cage. I'm just going to say to you, quite simply, I'm one of this council and I need to be included.
Councillor Fowl.
Okay, thank you. Okay. I assume I'm now speaking to the amended motion, is that right? Thank you, I was losing track a little bit there. Thank you. Okay. Right. Well, there's a lot that's good in this motion, I'm not going to deny that. And all of us in this room know the benefits of strong local collaboration. And of course, the huge funding quoted, I think that's been taken out now, isn't it? I don't know, in here is desperately needed. But my concern, and I know this is a worry that's pretty widely shared, is the way so-called levelling up is being delivered, is what appears to be ad hoc, tightly ring-fenced pots of money with complex and time-consuming funding bids being demanded in a very short timescale. And I wonder if this would remain in any devolution deal. At the East Midlands Council's AGM earlier this month, there was a cross-party lobbying for a better way of levelling up. And on that subject, and at that very meeting, the Conservative chair of East Midlands Council said, and I quote, "Government give us so many hoops to jump through, it's hard to be transformational." Others at the AGM complained that the timescales were too tight and questioned the efficacy and the complexity of the funding criteria. If government was really serious about funding the East Midlands and Nottinghamshire properly and fairly and trusted us to plan based on our local knowledge and experience, this daft is got to be shovel-ready, short-term approach would not be needed. The result would be better local decision-making, making us a part of a longer-term strategy. What we need, and what that means, is fairer funding for the East Midlands. And that seems to have disappeared a bit off the agenda. One of your recommendations is that we place the Development Corporation on a statutory footing. Good idea, I can see why you would want to do that. But can we have a guarantee that strong representative local voices will be heard? And then we've got the word that we have most concerns, most controversy about devolution. And in the Labour group, we're not all against it. I'll be honest. You know, there's mixed views here, and clearly there are some potential benefits. But what does it really mean? I mean, I've spoken to several Labour Council leaders, and they tell me that you're more open to working together, Ben, and bringing new ideas to the table. And it's great to see you're not looking at unitary again. Great. But then this week, I see you've expressed a keen interest when interviewed in being a mayor. It kind of, well, okay. Last week, the Prime Minister talked about having more mayors as long as they're not loony left. Well, there wasn't any mention of raving right mayors, were there? But there we go. I'll leave that one there. Okay, and I think the reason why we're concerned about this is because we're pretty certain that the Labour model of devolution will be different from a Conservative one. It's bound to. We have different political philosophies, it's bound to. We would want a wider and more powerful local voice, and social care will be a large part of the deal. We put people more in this deal. Let's face it, and we're still after 2 years waiting for the Prime Minister's promised plan to tackle the crisis in social care. Okay, and elsewhere in the recommendations, we would want a clear commitment to carbon neutrality, high environmental standards with the 10,000 homes, particularly that are being built. That's not in here. Jason's put electrification Midland Mainland. Great, we would have put that back in. And with that, a more integrated public transport system across the region. And we want clearer commitment to meaningful discussions and decision-making with other council leaders and the wider public, which certainly didn't seem to have happened in Cumbria, as has just been reported. Clearly, the local council leaders there were very happy about the deal. And also, tackling disadvantage would be actually central to our planning process in any deal. So we can't vote in favour of this motion as tabled or as amended. We will be abstaining because, as I said, there are some good things in it. But until we get a better idea of what your intentions really are and we have more detail, we can't support it at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paul. Councillor Garner, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, I just put my hand up to... sorry, sir. I'm a bit bigger now. I put my hand up to second Maureen's proposal, but I am in full support of this, so I will be voting for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Garner. Councillor Creamer.
Thank you, Chairman. I mean, Councillor Foles mentioned most of our concerns, and I have to say, when Ben was speaking, he was saying most of the right things, in the respect that for years the East Midlands has been totally ignored. It hasn't punched above its weight, let alone above its weight, and we need to do something about it. So everybody in this room can absolutely agree we need to do something about it. What worries me is that at this moment, one of the things is mentioned all the very good things about Nottinghamshire. Great, what we could do and all the rest of it, but the interim development company or corporation, whatever it's going to be called, that's not just Nottinghamshire. And we need to have, you said you've been having those consultations with Leicestershire, Derbyshire, etc., etc. Well, we need to know what theirs are as well, because we're not going to get everything we want, and they get everything they want. It needs to actually be a little bit more detailed than this. And the actual devolution bit, that does actually concern me because it's a matter of trust. And as it's already been said, the actual getting money from the national government. I mean, one of the poorest towns in Nottinghamshire, Newark, got a massive boost. Gedling didn't, for instance. So it's where the money comes from. It's how it works. It's already been mentioned that we need to be in it as a body if it does come into existence. to make sure that we actually get Nottinghamshire supported as a whole as well. And there's also just as technicality of an issue of where would Bassett Law actually come into it? Because we've had problems in the past when we've actually discussed Bassett Law, and sometimes it wants to be in East York, in Yorkshire, sorry, South Yorkshire, sometimes in Nottinghamshire. So what is Nottinghamshire? In this case, it absolutely needs defining as well, because that will make a great difference to the future. If this development corporation starts to exist, it could actually cause regional boundary changes regardless at some time in the future. So yes, have concerns. What's been saying about punching above our weight, absolutely 100% agree with it. Nottinghamshire, East Midlands as a whole has been ignored for far too long. Full electrification of the railway, totally agree with that. And Leicestershire and Derbyshire would both agree with that, the two mainline stations that come here as well. So there's lots of good things in it. But until I get more detail and more clarification, go ahead with the talks with others, but do get more clarification. Can't actually support it yet.
Thank you, Councillor Creamer. Councillor Neil Clark.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, I think this is the most important part of this whole agenda, Chairman. Sorry, I thought it was... It's okay. So this is about the people of Nottinghamshire and the people in the East Midlands. And both the original motion and the amendment are talking about collaborating, getting together, and it's getting that greater voice for Nottinghamshire and the East Midlands. Whatever the mathematics is, and we can make sure that's corrected, but whatever it is, I've said many times that the East Midlands is viewed as a wilderness that you travel through on the way from London to the north. And we are certainly the poor relation to the West Midlands. So this is why this is so vitally important that we do start punching above our weight so that we can actually get that extra investment. It's not just a question of a phrase of fairer funding. More important word is investment. It's investing in our futures, upping our game and getting better investment for jobs and all the people that do live here. We talk about Bassett Law, being worried about Bassett Law. Well, Bassett Law District Council needs to contribute to the debate and add their voice and add a greater voice to ensure that they are part of it. We need to get further into making sure that East Midlands Councils is expanding their contribution. I mean, I've experience of East Midlands Councils. They haven't actually got a board that deals with investment or growth or employment. We need to make sure that they have an extra way of adding the voice. And I was really disappointed to hear Councillor Fold say that the Labour group are going to abstain on such an important thing. This is about investing in the people of Nottinghamshire and the way of life and the people of East Midlands. And the Labour group want to abstain. I just cannot believe it. This shows our motion and what we're suggesting, proposing, again, the original motion and the amendment. We're suggesting that we really get that voice, and we've got the opportunity with Councillor Bradley to have that extra dual voice in Westminster. For goodness sake, Mr. Chairman, let's all get behind this and let's get on with the important business of investing in our people. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Girling.
All right, thank you very much, Chairman. I mean, it must be really frustrating for Ben. In one hand, Maureen's telling him off for too much detail, and on the other hand, Kate's telling him off for not enough detail. But for clarification, this is about starting the conversation. That's where the detail comes. That's where your contribution to it comes in. That's where it all starts to develop, where we mould it. Not Ben on his own, yeah, where we mould it as a council to how we see the future of this county, getting that funding and actually doing something good with it. Yes, it's been frustrating over the last few years in terms of the government saying you have to bid for this and bid for that, and your timescales are so short. But the reality is they've had to do that to kickstart the economy. They've had to do that to protect businesses. They've had to do that to protect people. Yeah, we've had to go away from convention in the normal cycle of committees and actually deliver. Yeah, I'm very proud and privileged to be part of Newark and Shored District Council that actually got the money out to the businesses faster than anybody else in the country. That's a very proud thing to be involved in. And we distribute every penny of it. And that's what it's all about, making sure we support those people out there that we're supposed to. So I find it very weak from the Labour group to sort of abstain to this particular motion, particularly as actually we're actually agreeing with the I don't know what we call them today. Is it the Ashwell Independence or is it the Nottingham Independence? I don't know. But anyway, wherever the independence you are today, we're actually agreeing with you and saying, yeah, let's work together. But yeah, you're stepping out the circle. I don't get it. I really don't. You know, and this to me is it's all about the big picture. This is about, for years, successive governments have set up organisations so that they can give them money to say to us whether or not we can have it. I think the Labour, in my time anyway, but in my time it was the East Midlands Development Agency. You know, in my time from the Conservatives, we've got the local enterprise agencies, so D2N2. Yeah. Maybe initially it was about making councils work together regionally and nationally so that it can look strategic. But now we've got that many other committees that we all attend, where we're talking with the City Council, we're talking with Leicester City Council, Leicestershire, Derbyshire, Derby City Council, about transport infrastructure, about everything to do with economic development. It's all happening anyway. So we're saying to the government, look, we've got the mechanism in place. We don't need these quangos telling us what we need to be doing with this money. We've got the skills and ability to do that. And we've also got the local knowledge to know what will work in our divisions, in our own individual divisions. Like in Newark, that £25 million is a drop in the ocean to the amount of money that's bringing in. It's bringing in £500 million worth of investment into Newark because of the way that £25 million is being used. Yeah, that's what it's all about. It's capitalising on the money that we are given to get the best from it and saying, oh, I'm not sure, we need more detail at a time when actually you're going to be the ones putting that detail in and you're taking yourself out. I really don't get it. And as a Conservative, I'm a great believer in small government, big society. And this to me is bringing it back to us. It's giving us the power, it's giving us the control, and we'll be able to spend that money appropriately. There is one little caveat though. It puts the spotlight on us and on our district partners. And if we don't spend it properly, it'll be us that the finger will be pointed at that we've wasted that money. So there's a great responsibility with this, and we have to go in there with our eyes wide open and make sure we spend it properly. Thank you, Chairman.
Well, thank you, Councillor Girling. Councillor Bradley, you're down to speak next, but can I point out to you that you do have the right to sum up at the end in an amended motion, but you can't speak twice. So you either speak now or leave it till the end. I'm going to go. Fine.
Do it. Thank you firstly, Jason, for having this open conversation, as I've said a number of times, and it's a credit that we've been able to agree some wording that I'm very comfortable with. Sorry, Maureen. I apologise to you. Not intended. We'd sought some inclusive language. I'm sure we can have a conversation afterwards about what the wording of a letter might be, and we can figure that out. And thank you, Steve, for your support. Much appreciated. I think Keith has pointed out the frustration here, because on the one hand, Councillor Foley is saying we want to be included in processes, to be inclusive with partners, we need to have a discussion. Councillor Creamer is saying, I don't want to see this until there's more detail. Go away and get the detail on your own and then bring it back to us. Councillor Cutts previously brought a detailed plan back and was told she shouldn't do that on her own. She should bring it early and have a consultation and have a discussion with opposition, which is what I'm doing. And now I'm getting told to go away and come back with more detail. It really is incredibly frustrating. And I'm not quite sure where we go from there, in truth, to try and figure out something that works for everybody. But many of the questions, as I've said, and I think I was at pains to say in the speech about this being an early consultation, a non-committal discussion about what it could be, that will then answer with the detail many of the questions that we all have, not just opposition members. I'm not clear what it will look like or what the costs might be. We need to go and investigate those things. But some of the things you raised there, Councillor Fowle, in devolution, what about short-term funding issues? Well, Manchester and the West Midlands have 30-year funding settlements, which is incredible based on the one-year deals that we currently have to deal with in local government. They have a 30-year settlement for funding. Imagine the level of planning and the detail that we could go into for the long term for our communities with a 30-year funding settlement. And that is an option that is on the table that we can go and explore. The Development Corporation could benefit from more oversight, democratic oversight. Yes, absolutely, it could. And we could do that through devolution. That could be a function of a combined authority that could add that member oversight from a board of elected representatives, many of whom might come from this room, to be able to feed into that. But that's something we need to go and discuss and explore. And what the sense I get from the Labour group say is they're saying we're not sure we want to go and discuss and explore it. But if they are questions that you have, let's go find out the answers. Let's go and see if we can figure out what this means. And then when we've got those answers, we'll come back here and we'll have a conversation about whether it's the right thing for us to do. But if we're not going to go and have the conversation, we'll never know. And the fear is, my fear is, that we end up missing out then on huge amounts of investment and potential for our communities that we are here to deliver for. We're being put in a position where the Prime Minister is saying, come and talk to us about the kinds of deals. Birmingham and the West Midlands have got an £8 billion growth fund devolved from government around HS2 to deliver £8 billion of investment in that community. That's the kind of scale that we could reach, possibly, if we can agree, if we can discuss. And we're being told, no, not sure. Come back to us later. Go and have a look, and we'll deal with it. I'm just so disappointed and frustrated with that. Kate, you said Labour might have a different model, but we haven't talked about what the model is. We've not been and decided. We don't know whether it's different because we've not yet agreed to engage in that conversation. And I don't think I could have made that more clear about the stage that we were at in my initial speech in terms of wanting to go and have that conversation. And again, our collaboration with leaders, the other point I've put here, it's what I'm trying to do, is where I'm trying to get to. And it's why I've been around all those local authorities over the last couple of months. And I've been to speak to Leicestershire, and I've been to speak to Leicester City and Derby and Nottingham and Derbyshire to have those conversations. What could this look like? What are your priorities? And how can we tie it together? And those upper tier leaders are going to meet next week to thrash out what joint priorities that we could have. And just as I'm trying to work with district leaders through our Economic Prosperity Committee to say, right, we're not going to agree on everything, but what can we agree on? And therefore, what themes of work, what joint working can we do on those themes where we can agree, whether that's environmental policy or infrastructure investment or whatever it may be. Let's work on what we can agree on. Similarly, through this process, we'll sit down with those leaders and say, what issues do we want to work together on? Do we want to work on joint environmental policy? Do we want to work on economic development? Can we therefore come up with some joint plans? And you know what, if we can't agree about adult skills funding, we'll park that for now. We might come back to it later, but let's do the bits we can do. And that's the conversation we need to have. That's the conversation I'm asking for in the motion, or in Councillor Rosie's amended motion, precisely to tick the boxes that you are asking me to tick. And as I say, I cannot fathom how to get through this minefield of the various conflicting messages and advice that I'm getting here. Get us more detail, involve us earlier on. I can't do that. So let's, maybe after this meeting have a conversation about how we navigate that, because I'd like to think we could have this conversation properly going forward. But we need a message from the Labour group, I think, to tell us what it is you want.
Can you,
so that I can engage
Councillor Bradley, your time's almost up.
That is all I wanted to say. I think I have expressed the points many times, shall we say.
Oh. Thank you, Councillor Bradley. Councillor Gowland.
Thank you. So, personally, I'm strongly committed to devolution. Redistribution combined with localism, control of the market, bring it on. I think it's difficult for me to speak on behalf of the group because I don't really know the group and I don't know the history and I don't know all the issues. But I think possibly Councillor Dobson may have picked up the problem with the motion. It is so long. And I think it's what it says and what it doesn't say, and what it highlights and what it doesn't highlight. What it doesn't highlight is not the matter of the detail
It's the
Chairman,
matter.
can we show a bit of respect? I thought at the start of the term we have to be respectful. This is a new member speaking, and I don't think she appreciates being laughed at, heckled and chuckled by a series of male members across the chamber.
I think, Councillor Payne, you're right, and I was about to intervene. Can I ask members to continue in the vein that we've been operating this meeting so far and respect other speakers while they're speaking, please?
I think it's not, far be it for me to speak for everybody, but I don't think it's the detail as much as the mood. It's what it doesn't mention. So it doesn't mention adult social care. It mentions transport, but it mentions HS2. It doesn't mention buses, which are so important to local people. It doesn't mention other aspects of health. It doesn't really focus on SMEs. And I understand, you know, that you're saying that you want to come up with this detail later, but because of the way it's framed at the moment, it looks like it's heading one way. So it's, I think as I understand, we need to understand more of what it is we're being asked to support. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Gowland. Councillor Richard Jackson.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I'm getting a real sense of deja vu here because 6 years ago, 2015, we started down this journey once before, and I was a district council leader, as Neil was. Chief Executive was heavily involved in those meetings. We met incredibly regularly, Neil, didn't we? And the early meetings were really, really good. They were really collaborative, and they dealt with what powers, what responsibilities, and what funding we could bring in, devolve down from national government, and get a real local say over, and start to see improvements of. And we all know things like, you know, there's highways agency, for example. You can't talk to them, you can't influence them. There's all sorts of things in health issues. There's training agenda, which we just feel that there's no democratic say over at the moment. And those early meetings, probably for the first year or so, were incredibly constructive. They were collaborative. It was Nottinghamshire, Derbyshire footprint at the time. And you wouldn't have known the differences in political allegiance of the council leaders that were in there. And we all saw the benefit of pooling. This isn't about losing control and losing powers from councils. It's about pooling them upwards. And I think, as the leader said, you can't do that without those councils' consent. Everybody was up for it. And then, just like this meeting, which started off positively in that vein, it started to deteriorate when various, and I have to say district council leaders generally, began to look at the nitty-gritty of the structure, which quite honestly the man and the woman in the street are not interested in. They want the services to be improved, and they want to think there's some local control over them. And they couldn't care less whether a district or a county or a unitary city is losing or gaining a little bit of power here or there. And they couldn't care less really about who's paying for it either. That's our problem to worry about. So I think the minute that we start, and I will say it was a Labour county council leader at the time, Alan, and we all worked really well together. And at the time, perfectly happy in the early stages to look at, as I say, pooling powers and responsibilities. So I think we have to stop looking at it from a, you know, I'm going to lose this, we might lose that point of view right now. Get involved properly in the work that Ben's talked about. And I am, whilst disappointed with the Labour group, actually quite heartened by the conversations that I know the leaders had with various council leaders, including Labour council leaders, in the fact that they want to get involved with this. I think the minute we start getting too wound up in the structure and the control of it is when it all starts falling apart. And it happened to be Derbyshire district councils of different political persuasions who in the end collapsed that house of cards that we'd started to build. So I just hope that it doesn't degenerate into that, because I remember repeatedly saying that 5 and 6 years ago, everybody else is going to have a combined authority. And if we don't, we will be the poor relations, and that's proved to be true. And we can't let it go on any longer, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor David Martin.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I actually really welcome this motion, Ben, and I think it's great. And the amendment as well is all wording, but the actual structure of the motion, like you quite rightly say, we have to start somewhere. Who could not like the items listed in this? This is what we're all here to do. This is where we are the protagonists, the metamorphosis behind the change, and we have to start here because it's such a long process through the council systems. The DevCo Corporation, as far as I can see, is a massive red tape cutting exercise across the whole Freeport area, which can only be welcomed and supported by the councillors, because it's a massively complex project because of its geographical location. Just the same with HS2. HS2, we've had prevarication all the way through with HS2. It's one of the biggest infrastructure projects in Europe, and it can only benefit all of the country as it comes out of COVID. You know, and to keep saying we're going to stop and we're going to start, we're going to stop, we're going to start, that's no good. We want clarity, and we want to be able to come to Towton, because Towton is the ideal place to come to. There's been so much work done around Towton, it's unbelievable. And to not support it would be not supporting jobs and infrastructure across the whole of the county. I can tell you here and now that the freight terminal near East Midlands Airport was a £30 million contract done by a contractor from my ward. And he employs 400 people across Ashfield. So I'm going to support this motion in its new form and in its old form, because all of this is jobs, infrastructure, enterprise. And this, as we come out of COVID, this is surely what the country needs. And I'm glad we've got an MP who can take it to government for us, because that is where we're going to benefit from having Ben as the leader of this council, I hope. You know, and I'm glad I'm welcome the collaboration over it because of that single point alone, because we have to start somewhere, and we have to be one voice for Nottinghamshire. As far as the town funding bids go, it was up to the local district councils to push those town funding bids. So the town district councils that have missed out are those that couldn't be bothered to do it, in my opinion, because we did exceptionally well in Ashfield, exceptionally well. Newark and Shire was done well, you know, and Mansfield hasn't fared so well. But the Maid Marian line, the 614 and the Robin Hood line, they are all major things that will impact on Mansfield and Ashfield and the rest of the county beyond. So to sit there and say, what about my bit, what about my bit, do your job. That's all I can say. I fully support the amended motion, and I thank you for accepting the amendment. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I request a recorded vote, please? Can I request a recorded vote, please?
Not there yet.
No, but I'm just making the request.
You need the support of 10 members. But let's go through the we'll deal with it at the proper time. Bruce, Councillor Lawton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And at the previous full council meeting, I didn't take the opportunity of welcoming all the new members to the chamber. It's pleasing to see, actually, as one of the longest standing members in the council, that some of them are even older than me. So I'm looking at you, Andre. That's a good job it's not working. The late Stella Smedley always used to say to us that the Conservatives have only got one term out of 5. Well, I think we've rather bucked that trend. So if she was around today, I would be pulling her leg. My point really is to particularly the Labour opposition, is you haven't really grasped that the game has changed. It has completely turned on its head. This administration has, and I've been here quite some time, has hit the ground running, and I mean seriously running. It is doing things and achieving things that no other administration has ever achieved while I have been a councillor at Nottinghamshire County Council. And I welcome the work that is being done by the leader. He's met with Gavin Williamson. He's met with the Prime Minister. He's met with Rishi. You know, he's met with the Health Minister. He is meeting with high-level ministers dealing with the issues of Nottinghamshire. That's what he's dealing with. And this motion is based on some of the information that he is receiving coming back from the people that govern us, that sign the cheques, that actually make sure that the money is disseminated down to us so that we can spend it on behalf of our residents. We've only just got to have a look at the way the LEP has performed to realise the system needs change. It needs changing for the benefit of our residents. We've rebuilt relationships with all our district council and our people and our counties and cities. We are working closely with the Police and Crime Commissioner to ensure that our residents are kept safe. We're making major inroads into structural work. We've got money for the A614. We've got bids going in for the Southern Relief Road. We've got work going on throughout the whole of the area. We are literally regenerating and reorganising the whole of this council. And this motion is built within that reorganisation. And it is not good enough just for you as an opposition to give tacit support to Ben. You need to jump on the bandwagon. You need to jump on the bandwagon, and I seriously mean it. Otherwise, you will all get left behind. Like Maureen. you will all get left behind. And so I implore on you to support this motion today. Yeah, this is another step to moving Nottinghamshire forward. How many times have we sat in this chamber and listened to leaders, and I mean the leader that was sat there before Ben, the leader that was sat there before UK, and they've said, Nottinghamshire's not getting its fair share. Nottingham just doesn't get the right amount of money. We always lose out in Nottinghamshire. We always lose out in the East Midlands. The figures are there, stark. This is an attempt to try and claw back some of the damage that has been created over the last 15 to 20 years that I've been a councillor. Support this motion and let's move forward together. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Lawton. Councillor John O'Lee.
Chairman, thank you. A few weeks ago, I went to a school to talk, and they asked me why did I want to get involved in politics. And the reason the explanation I gave is, if you want to be involved in the future and change in the future, you've got to be involved in the conversation. And for me, this is what this motion is giving. This is the option Ben is giving to the Labour Party, to the Independent Party, to be involved in the conversation early. And for me, I just can't understand why they don't want to be involved in the conversation, why they don't want to have the input early. The biggest criticism I had in another place when the unitary authority conversation was happening is I didn't feel involved. This is the best way to be involved for the future, and I would ask them and to support this. Great motion, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Councillor Camilleri.
I'll let you off for that ageist remark, Bruce, but we'll let you off. Yeah, I'm getting on a bit, and I've lived in Nottinghamshire, like I say, all my life. The work that Ben's put into this is incredible. But what I'm amazed at is the Ashfield Independence thing, where the Midlands, we're the lowest per head, and you're saying that Yorkshire and Humberside are one of the best, and also I think West Midlands is the best. So, Jason, I'm just wondering if you're not looking to be the new Metro Mayor of the East Midlands, because I've always thought you've been anti-unitary, but it makes sense. It makes sense what the case that Ben's put into, getting the money from national government to bring it to our area, Derbyshire, Leicestershire, Nottinghamshire, which has missed out. Normally through the arguments of local politicians who are that bothered about their own little personal fiefdoms, you wouldn't get into bed and get work together. It's time we work together and back Ben to the hilt, and let's support this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thanks. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor John Wilmot.
Thank you, Chairman, for letting me talk on this. A few years ago, I would have been totally against everything that's come forward today, but I've grown up. I've really grown up. I've listened to you all today, and there's no doubt about it. You've got to be in it to win it. That's a statement. Totally. Talking together as partners. It's the only way. If you get together and talk as partners. And if we're in it all together, the government will listen to us. They definitely will listen to you if you are all in one mind. And that's the only issue that should be before us today. We've got to get together. We've got somehow or other to get into the situation where we all agree on what we're doing. And as I say, I don't often say this, but Ben Bradley has been very, very good in this situation. He's really worked tremendously hard. And as I say, there is opportunities out there, fabulous opportunities that you've never dreamed of, and I've never dreamed of, and I never thought it would happen. But there are opportunities out there for all of us to get money and funding for all our people out there. And all our people out there need help. They need funding. They need, because they've gone through all this terrible time with this COVID-19. It's been atrocious. I've seen, as many of you have worked in the community, I know you do, and you've done very, very well. And I've tried to work within the community. 2,000 of them I've contacted over that situation. But as I say, going back to the issue, we've all got to get together on this. Look at the funding opportunities. I mean, on some of the issues, it's just absolutely outstanding the amount of jobs that will become available. There's no doubt about it. And again, a few years ago, I was sceptical on all this, but I'm not now, because I've seen the light. And all of us have to work together. So let's please do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilmot. Councillor Kerry.
Thank you, Chairman. I just find that Labour's views about this are quite bizarre, really. If you want to be strategic about the future of the East Midlands, Nottinghamshire, your local community, for you, for your children and your grandchildren, because this will affect the future of generations and generations to come, in getting more money from government to level up, to narrow that gap. Not just getting the money, it's about directing, all negotiating, discussing, finding the best plans to make that money work in the best way. And to not want to be part of that process without the minutiae of the end result, I find absolutely crazy. And that really is indicative of why Labour never really delivered any levelling up while they were in power, and actually why some of the things that have happened with the combined authority. Look at West Midlands, look at Manchester, for example, with a Labour mayor, look at the Northern Powerhouse, Yorkshire, all those things. The reason why they're where they are now is because they've got together, used their power, convinced government it's the right thing to do, because they've talked to the public, they've talked to the councils, and they've made it happen. We have an opportunity here to make that happen. The best way of doing that is if we in here work together to make that happen. I'm very disappointed by Labour if they continue with this silly, bizarre policy of abstaining here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kerry. Councillor Hollis, do you want to exercise your right to speak?
Yes, please, Chair. Thank you for calling me back. Firstly, I welcome this, and it's really great to be working cross-party. And I think something like the amendment that Jason and I submitted shows you the real change of leadership, actually, with the Conservatives. Councillor Cutts, despite all the merits, had many faults, and that she was extremely partisan. I welcome the fact that actually, despite the fact that I've stood up virtually for the entirety of this term and criticised everything you've done, it's great that actually where we can find common ground, as I've tried to do in the committees,
as no doubt your chairmans have reported back in group meetings, genuinely we come back with constructive comments as well. You know, I see our job as a opposition, but as the minority group, and I'm just an ordinary backbencher of the smallest group on this council. It's great that we can have a frank debate and criticise when we're not happy, but work together on things when we do. And just I think before I go on to the rest of it, I'm always slightly concerned by things like Councillor Dobson's comments. She's been a member as long as I have. She understands that this council has groups. To make a big thing that she's not in a group at every meeting is so exhausting. If she wants to join, there's 3 groups on the count. There's three groups to join. And frankly, there's an underlined member you could form a group with and call yourself the underlined independents for me. You know, form a group and you could be the group leader of it and then forget the debate. And it's the same with Councillor Girling, respectfully. I would remind him that for 4 years he sat in a group that had 2 parties in it. We have a group of 1 party and 1 underlined member. It's not that complicated. But I really welcome this, and there's parts of it that I have concerns about, like the devolution. There's no surprise that we are against any sort of unitary debate. We've spent years and years discussing that, and I'd like to think we played a big part in making sure it didn't happen. But that being said, something like this opens the doors for the districts and boroughs working together with shared services, but it also puts a statement in a line in the sand to say what we want for Nottinghamshire. And as an independent, call me fickle, but I'll support anybody that's doing a better thing for Ashfield and Nottinghamshire more generally. And as a young person, I want to see the Midland Main Line and East Midlands Park, all those kind of train services extended, so I can get into the town centre for a drink without catching about 5 buses. And with town centres changing, Sutton Town Centre is somewhere you go for a coffee. You go and have a little browse around some of the few shops that are there. The reality is how things are going to be. You're online and you're in the city centres. So places, people from Sutton and the northern parts of the district, like Mansfield as well, need connectivity to be able to get into the city centres, Nottingham and Derby included, although I wouldn't encourage them to go to the football team. So to me, something like this is great. And you will never hear me complain about trying to level Nottinghamshire up. I think that goes back to what I said first. It's really great that Councillor Bradley and the rest of the Conservatives, you took out some of the political hyperbole. You know, I wasn't going to put my hand up with pat the Conservatives on the back. You've let us take those lines out, but leave all the facts in. And that's exactly what I'd imagine you guys wanted to do. And it allows us all to work together and put our hands up to support it. And I think, to me as well, we do want to put this line in the sand to say what we want. What was my other comment I wanted to make? Oh yeah, with the businesses. So I wanted to draw your attention to something that's close to Councillor Bradley's heart as well, Amazon. You know, I remember knocking on the door of the Amazon leadership team as the deputy leader of Ashfield Council, working with Jason as well. He'll remind that he knocked first, but we were there. But let's be truthful. You know, we're just a leadership team of a very small district. Might be the biggest in Nottinghamshire, but we're still the smallest, very small compared to some of the unitaries. We were competing against Derby City Council. How they even took our call is beyond me. But if we've got some sort of broader organisation that's represented and trying to bring things down, I don't see that as anything wrong with that. And something, the next Amazon that provides tens of thousands of jobs to the northern part of the county, I want to make sure it comes here instead of somewhere else. And there's no flowering up past that. So I really welcome not only the intent of this, but the real laying out of the facts of what we've secured and where we're going to move. So you can count on our full support, and I look forward to where it goes and see more money secured for Nottinghamshire, particularly the north part of it, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Councillor Place.
Thank you, Chairman. Can I just say, before I start asking any questions, John Bell would have been absolutely delighted to hear this today. It was his dream over 20 years ago. He always was wanting totem siding sorting, I'll say it like that. One of the things I want to ask is, were Bassetlaw invited to take part? Where have I put it? And can somebody explain to me what's the difference between an high port and a free port? I'm going to be parochial because I'm right up top end and I've got Doncaster just up road from me, about five miles away, I'll say. into Doncaster Borough. So can somebody tell me what's the difference between Highport and Freeport?
We might get a Google answer to that. Councillor Pringle.
Thank you, Chairman. And in response to Councillor Kerry, who said he finds it bizarre, I'll tell you what I find bizarre. Only 10 weeks ago, you were sat here supporting Kay Courts, shouting for about unitary authority, and now it's changed. That's what I find bizarre, that things have completely changed whilst Ben's here. And Ben is a completely different person, and we understand that. We've got no issue with that, and we've worked well together, okay? It was Councillor Clark that I think mentioned...
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Point of clarification. These two things are completely different. One's at the top, one's at the bottom. It's quite simple, really.
If only you recognise that. So, Councillor Clark, I think you refer to us as a poor relation. And we are. I think we all recognise that. Every one of us recognise that. We've had 12 years of your government. So there's a reason behind that. And you've got to recognise that for us to move forward. And not recognise it puts a brick wall up. So when we come to talking, Keith, you and I get on well. We're glad to talk all the time we want. But scrutiny is part of that discussion. Okay, so the fact that you've put an amendment forward and we've got an issue with it shouldn't be surprising to you. It should be expected. Of course you should. Of course, exactly, that's what I'm saying. So, as my leader said, there's lots in here that we support. A lot in here, really. The start of it, the first list of it, didn't really have to be in, to be quite honest. The last 3 points, yeah, are really what it's about. The last point, again, devolution, is the clouding as the issue. But that's where the discussion comes in, okay? So, yeah, I'm not saying that, but there has to be a format in what happens. So when you present something 10 weeks ago here, and then expect it to be laid out here and roll forward, there's got to be questions that are raised, okay? You've got to accept that. So the question and the debate will continue outside of here, irrespective of what happens here. And to suggest that we won't talk, you're wrong, Keith. We'll continue to talk, we'll continue to put things forward, and we'll continue to debate, which is something we probably weren't able to do with the past leader, okay? So I think you're in a good position. We're in a strong position to be able to come to you with our problems, and I think in a grown-up manner, be able to discuss it outside of this amendment that you put here. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Pringle. Councillor Payne.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We got a lot of questions today, I think, to the Labour group about whether we were or weren't in favour of devolution. So let me just say from the outset very, very clearly, I'm in favour of devolution. I've said so privately to the Leader of the Council in the meeting that I had with him in my capacity as Deputy Leader, and I'll say so strongly here today. But I tell you what my form of devolution doesn't involve: slogans and rhetoric that don't match reality. The Northern Powerhouse, where if you talk to the leader of Manchester, who was quoted earlier, and I speak to him regularly, Sir Richard Leese, and indeed the other leaders cross-party in Manchester, it doesn't, I have to tell you, all feel like milk and honey in Greater Manchester. Yes, they might have a 30-year settlement for the combined authority area, as Ben talks about, but they're still living hand-to-mouth in terms of their own day-to-day services in councils living on a one-year settlement. They've still got huge issues in terms of disparities in terms of life expectancy. So my devolution, Labour's devolution, isn't about shouting from the rooftops about the Northern Powerhouse, when in reality on the ground it was more feeling like the Northern Poorhouse. It's not talking about building back better without any substance behind it, or even talking about levelling up last week that the Prime Minister spoke about, that went on to be defined, I think, a few days later by somebody who seemed perfectly sensible, and I don't think you could describe as a left-wing militant or a Trotskyist, Laura Davis, a perfectly reasonable Conservative MP, who went onto the TV the following day and said, she was asked the question, I think, what does levelling up mean to you? Well, it can mean whatever you want it to mean to you, showing precisely the problem. The Prime Minister's speech, ambitious, aspirational for the country, and he should be applauded for that. And I have no compunction as a Labour councillor in applauding the Prime Minister for that. And by the way, let me just also say, which won't make me popular in the Labour Party, if we want to be really clear about this, Councillor Kerry, the way that you bring people around the table, the way that you do what Councillor Bradley's been trying to do from the outset of this conversation, and he should be commended by it, is that you bring people around the table and you listen to them when they've got genuine concerns. The views of the Labour group here today on devolution aren't about disagreeing with the Development Corporation. They aren't about disagreeing with the Midland Main Line electrification. Who would disagree with speeding up the journey between Nottinghamshire and London? It's ludicrous to propose that's Labour's position. We support what's set out in this motion. We have firmly held questions about the substance that sits behind the Prime Minister's strategy. And I'm not the only person who has those questions. Your own MPs who you serve with, Councillor Bradley, in the Tory party have questions. Your ministers still have questions about the strategy. We're 2 years on since the Prime Minister made the promise around levelling up. And credit to him, we've had a pandemic to deal with. The second worst public health crisis since the Second World War in this country, and it's been tremendously difficult for the government to deal with. But I don't think you can simply say that those 2 years have been foregone because of COVID. There has been capacity in the government, you know as well as I do, Ben, to deal with other issues, because the government has been dealing with other issues. So with the greatest respect to you, Councillor Kerry, and to you, Councillor Girling, you don't win people round the conversation by telling us we're silly, by telling us you're disappointed in us, by telling us that we're weak. You win people around the table by listening to their concerns, as Councillor Bradley has done since his initial conversation. You then try and tweak what you're saying. You bring people around the table in the way that Councillor Barnfather clearly did in his conversations with the Ashfield or Nottingham Independents earlier. And eventually you have one voice. You hunt as a pack, you get listened to, and you actually get a hearing with government. So you need to follow the memo of your leader, Councillor Kerry, as do you, Councillor Girling, because decrying the Labour Party will get you nowhere. People will just shut their barriers up, will return to intractable positions, and the country will face the self-same problems that, by the way, and I say this, the country has faced since the 1930s. The issues about regional disparities have existed in this country since before the Second World War. It goes right back to the early 1930s. They haven't happened under a Labour government or a Conservative government or the coalition government. They are, as the Prime Minister said, and the thing that I am greatly concerned about, to be honest, is not just about the electrification of the Midland Main Line, or, by the way, the creation of a development corporation that talks about everything on the western side of the county, nothing on the eastern side of the county. And if you're a resident in Gedling and you're a resident in Arnold that I serve, you will be asking the question, what is in it for me in this devolution deal? So I will back you, Ben, as a Labour politician. I will support you to get more powers for Nottinghamshire, but I will do it when we see substance from the government, and I won't do it if Tory politicians stand there and call me silly and tell me that they're disappointed in me because I have firmly held questions about the substance of the strategy. Let's see the white paper. Let's see what the detail is. You can bring back some sketchings of ideas once you've had the initial conversations. And if they are going to do something to close the gap, as the Prime Minister said, between people dying at a young age in Glasgow and Blackpool and not in Rutland, then we will support you, Councillor Bradley. But let's drop the Yarbu Party politics.
Councillor Zarodny to respond and sum up.
Am I summing up? I'm not sure I'm capable, Chair. About 300 degrees. Thank you, Chair. I think I'll start with just commenting on Councillor Payne's comments, and I think it's very worthwhile to say I hear what he's saying, because I'm not going to say I'm disappointed in the Labour group. I'm disappointed that the Labour group feel unable to support that, and I think that's a fault in this conversation, because I think it would be much more valuable if we all together felt that we were at that point. And believe me, there's been nobody more sceptical and more troublesome for Councillor Bradley to get around the table, because I'm naturally sceptical, and I think a lot of us have memory of 10 weeks ago and the difficulties in the way the relationship broke down historically. And I appreciate the work that Ben's done to try and repair that, but it's difficult to move on emotionally. But I think I've been brought around the table somewhat on the basis that on the conversation that we've all had, that we all want better for Nottinghamshire, and that the only way to do it, and I do think this is blackmail to an extent, government-wise, that the only way to get that cash is to have this system. So at this point, we're willing to investigate the first step of this system, the options open to us, on the basis that it might unlock further conversations and hopefully at the right point funding. I agree with Councillor Payne, it's not a panacea. Funding per head in Manchester is lower now than it was when Andy Burnham took over. And that, I mean, it's simply a fact. So it's not a panacea. There's been systemic and chronic underfunding of the North and Midlands for generations. And we have to, as a council and a country, recognise the failings locally and nationally about how we've got to that place. And the real examples are HS2 and the Midland mainland. And you've got to have a challenge soon with Andy Street, who's today or yesterday put out a new flip on a position that the HS2 is not a valuable thing and he doesn't think it's the right thing to do. So we're going to have this stronger voice to counteract things that are counterintuitive for us. And I think one of my biggest concerns, we've all sort of laughed a bit about whether there's enough detail and not enough detail. And for me, we're almost there. The danger is that this council does what it's always done and it lists a load of stuff that it wants to do, but that's pretty similar to going out and fetching a Screwflix catalogue and assuming your house is going to get fixed. Having a list doesn't mean that the job's done. And what we want to do, what I want to do, is be part of the start of that conversation. It goes, we bought the catalogue, how do we fix that, well, that thing? And we all want to do that, but I think we've got to a bit of an impasse. I think that's sad, and I don't lay any blame at that. I do think, and I spoke to Ben about this, we have got to lower the temperature on some of these conversations so that we can be listened to, and we don't expect, I said many times, we don't expect to win the argument on everything, but we expect to be heard sometimes. And I understand entirely why Maureen feels that that's difficult, because it's great when Bruce says he spoke to Rishi Sunak and he spoke to God knows whoever else, Gavin Williamson, miss out councillors in this chamber. Now I know that I meet on behalf of my group, but there are other members here who need communicating with, and I think that's really important. And there's some stuff here. I think there's been a lot of I don't know, buzzwords and phrases. Bruce said, "Jump on the bandwagon." I'm not sure he meant that entirely, because we don't jump on bandwagons, we jump on injustice. And I think what this chamber needs to see is us. What did Andre say? Get in bed together. Now, Sinead is not going to be happy about that. And I'm sure, and just for a slight personal announcement, I've just found someone who's stupid enough to agree to marry me, so I'm not jumping in bed with Ben either. So it could cause all sorts of grief, that could. But I think what I'm saying, Michael, and the Labour group, our support's not unconditional. It's absolutely not. Ben knows that. We expect to be around the table listened to. We don't expect to win every argument, but we expect to be listened to. And at this point in the game, I'm happy to support this combined motion that we start that conversation at least. Who knows where it ends? Hopefully, in 2 years, we'll all be smiling because something's been fixed that started in this conversation today. But as of now, we're on board and we support the motion, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Zodney. Councillor Clark, you wanted to move a recorded vote earlier on. Now,
Yes, please, Mr. Chairman.
all those in favour? Yeah, we're fine. Shall we move to the vote then?
All right, okay. Right. Right. Is everybody here?
I think everybody's here, aren't they? So I've short-circuited the system. So I could never see the point in having a hands and then a recorder.
No,
How's your father?
It's not good.
a request for a recorded vote on this motion, supported by a show of 10 hands. So I will call for a recorded vote. Councillor Place, you asked what was the difference between an I port and a free port. So if colleagues would indulge me, I've looked it up. So, so the I port that you refer to is very similar to the logistics park that's around East Midlands Airport, in that it's a group of businesses working with local authorities coming together to market land for business to come along and undertake logistics type activity. And they're situated in those places because of the transport links. A free port is designated by the UK government. There aren't any at the moment. They're a new initiative, and they carry tax, customs and capital incentives. So the I-port fulfils a very similar function, but without the incentives. And Councillor Kerry, just so colleagues are clear what we're now recording the vote on, I'm very pleased that you're looking after my pension, because you were correct. The difference between the UK average and the East Midlands spend is £1,016, so we'll correct that in the records. OK, starting then, if I may, with Councillor Adair.
So, 4.
Councillor Adams. Councillor Allen. Councillor Anderson.
4.
Councillor Bailey.
4.
Councillor Barnfather. 4. Councillor Bradley. 4. Councillor Butler. 4. Councillor Callaghan.
Abstain.
Councillor Camilleri. 4. Councillor Carlton. 4. Councillor Neil Clark. 4. Councillor Corden. 4. Councillor Cotty. 4. Councillor Creamer.
Abstain.
Councillor Cubley. 4. Councillor Deakin.
4.
Councillor Dobson.
Abstain.
Councillor Eddy.
4.
Councillor Fole. Councillor Garner.
4.
Councillor Girling. 4. Councillor Gowland.
Abstain.
Councillor Henshaw.
Abstain.
Councillor Hollis.
4.
Councillor Introna.
4.
Councillor Richard Jackson. 4. Councillor Roger Jackson.
4.
Councillor Kerry.
4.
Councillor Lawton.
4.
Councillor Lee.
4.
Councillor Martin.
4.
Councillor McGrath.
Abstain.
Councillor Meakin.
4.
Councillor Moxon.
4.
Councillor Ogle.
4.
Councillor Owen. Councillor Payne.
Abstain.
Councillor Place. Councillor Pringle. Councillor Purdue Horan. Councillor Quigley.
4.
Councillor Saddington. Councillor Shaw. Councillor Helen Ann Smith.
4.
Councillor Sam Smith.
4.
Councillor Tom Smith. Councillor Taylor.
4.
Councillor Turner.
4.
Councillor Upton.
4.
Councillor Waters.
4.
Councillor Welsh. Councillor Gordon Wheeler.
4.
Councillor Jonathan Wheeler.
4.
Councillor Williamson Daniel.
4.
Councillor Wilmot.
4.
Councillor Zadrozny. So you call it then 46-4, nobody against, 12 abstentions.
Thank you, colleagues. The result of the recorded vote is 46-4, none against, and 12 abstentions. The motion is therefore carried. We move then to motion 2, and I call on Jason Zadrozny to move the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With your indulgence, after discussions with the two main groups, we have an altered version of the motion, which we can circulate, Mr. Chairman. I don't think you'll need an adjournment, but you may wish to take advice on that.
I think it wasn't. Don't think he helped that much.
Just to clarify for members that the mover of a motion can alter a motion without it having to go to the vote for an amendment, because it is not an amendment, it's an alteration to a tabled motion by the mover of that motion. And just to confirm that the monitoring officer has validated it, and you may start to move the altered motion.
Chair, do you wish me to read the motion, or as altered, or just move it? I don't need
Could
to.
you? Has everybody got a copy of it? Do we require Jason to read it, or are we happy that he? There you go.
Thank you, Chairman. Just for clarification, on page 2, where it says composite amended motion to stop Marge having a panic attack, it is an altered motion and not an amended motion. But given Ben's strict environmental policies, we'd already printed this, so we weren't going to reprint. Mr. Chairman, this altered version has been done in agreement with the Conservative and Labour groups on the basis that we wanted to have some unanimity. So despite our misgivings about making major changes, we've done this in this spirit of compromise, which is very alien to me, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Nottinghamshire County Council notes, and I sit here looking at our crest, which has a coal mining shovel on it, the history of and the historical contribution that mining has played in our county. And we'll always be indebted to those miners and other mine workers who contributed into shaping Nottinghamshire. This council welcomes the inquiry of the House of Commons Business, Energy, Industrial Strategy Select Committee on the Mine Workers Pension Scheme on the 29th of April 2020. And this recommended that ministers tackle a historical injustice in the scheme. This council notes with regret the response from the Minister of State for Energy and Clean Growth and Climate Change on the 28th of June 2021, which rejected the recommendation of MPs on this select committee. Whether or not the government knew in 1994 that it would disproportionately benefit from the arrangement, and whether all parties thought it was fair at the time, it's today clear that the arrangements have unduly benefited the government, and it's untenable for the government to argue these arrangements that they remain. And therefore, Mr. Chairman, that we've asked for a letter to be sent to all group leaders and others on behalf of Nottinghamshire County Council to the Chancellor of the Exchequer, outlining the Council's support for a fair arrangement for mine workers, including reconsideration. So in proposing this motion, can I say that we felt it really important to ensure that all members were supportive of a motion of miners and that pension scheme, and that it went through the council. But Chair, I'd personally like to thank Charles Chiverton and Mick Newton, who are spokesmen for the Mine Workers Pension Campaign Group, The original motion was written in full consultation with them and dozens of former miners in memory of those miners who have sadly died from respiratory diseases caused by decades at the coalface. Many of them have died in abject poverty. People from coalfield communities like Nottinghamshire ex-miners, but also their families, are still affected by occupational related diseases of the skin and lungs. According to the Mine Workers Pension Campaign, over 70 miners still die every month in Nottinghamshire. That's nearly 900 deaths a year, many of them prematurely directly because of diseases linking them to mining. The average life expectancy of the population living in coalfield areas is around a year shorter than the national average, and the difference is almost certainly larger for ex-miners themselves. Nottinghamshire is inextricably linked with mining. Indeed, our landscape is shaped by it. We owe our miners a debt of gratitude, and as the motion states, every decision that this council makes should bear that in mind. We owe it to the close to 30,000 miners and their families who are in receipt of this pension. I note, Mr Chairman, that Mansfield and Newark Sherwood councils have passed similar motions in support of ex-miners and their families. So you may ask what this motion has to do with Nottinghamshire County Council. Here in Nottinghamshire, the political climate changed in 2019. Many areas of this county elected Conservative MPs for the first time, and thousands of ex-miners and their families lent their vote to Conservatives for the first time. And why? Well, the Prime Minister, in what some might say was a cynical move, came to the leader of this council's constituency in Mansfield and told local journalist Andrew Topping that he would ensure justice to miners over their pensions. And this was a broken promise, Mr Chairman, a broken promise after a lifetime of broken promise for ex-miners and their families. And many miners have now gone to their graves not knowing that they and our miner community have been let down again. Fast forward to the 27th of April 2020, the House of Commons Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy Select Committee recommended that the historical injustice was put right and that ex-miners should get a minimum of £728 a year extra in their mine workers' pension. 2 weeks ago, the government refused to implement those recommendations. Former Nottinghamshire miner Mick Newton told us that he was totally devastated by the decision. He also said, disappointment is too soft a word. To say I'm angry would be an understatement. It's not just a slap in the face for ex-miners and widows, it's the slap in the face for justice. Charles Chiverton was even angrier. He told us gangsters dressed as politicians are a total disgrace. The arrangements were a legalised mugging of an occupational pension scheme. They said that many former miners were struggling and the government's response represented a failure in its levelling up agenda. Meanwhile, whilst the government made £4.2 billion from the mine workers pension scheme, £2 billion over the original estimate, they are refusing to pay a penny into the mine workers pension scheme. Now, Mr Chairman, I'm not in the habit of praising Labour politicians, but I must mention the work of a former leader, Ed Miliband. He's been one of the people who pushed the Bayes inquiry, and after being lobbied by the likes of Charles and Mick. When news broke of the decision to implement the decision of not to implement the decision of the committee, he said, rather than to act in to right a historic wrong, they have doubled down on an unjust arrangement that will see more than £1 billion extra taken from retired miners' pensioners by the Chancellor. Boris Johnson personally promised during the 2019 election campaign to tackle this injustice and has broken that promise today. The message from this government is that they will betray the promises they make to coalfield areas. Ed Miliband, who represents a seat in Doncaster, was right. Many MPs in places like Nottinghamshire owe their seats to this broken promise, and indeed the government delayed refusing these recommendations until after May's local elections, and many councillors in this room could owe their seats to this promise too. We are calling for a united decision today and for a clear message to MPs that it is a promise broken too far. Nottinghamshire's MPs have paid lip service to the campaign of our ex-miners in this Parliament. A simple check on Hansard reveals that only one of Nottinghamshire MPs has raised this issue. Since December 2019, no early day motions have been signed, no adjournment debates have been requested, and is it any wonder that this government has taken a decision to ignore the recommendations of the Bayes Committee, as they have no idea of the strength of feeling from ex-miners and their families? Mr Chairman, both my grandfathers grafted at Benting Pit in Kirkby and Ashfield all their working lives. Thousands of others put their life in danger to keep our country moving in pits like Annesley and Benting, Bottom Pit Hucknall, Top Pit Hucknall, Teversall, Summit, Limby, Newstead, Silverhill and Sutton. and many, many other local collieries. The least we can do, Mr. Chairman, is send them a unified message from this council that we are on their side. I commend the motion to this chamber, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rodney. Call upon Councillor Daniel Williamson to second the motion.
I'll happily second the motion and reserve my right to speak, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mike Pringle.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you to Councillor Zadrozny for presenting the motion, Councillor Williamson, and for the support of Councillor Bradley and the team behind him. Historically, we can go back to the 20s, which is when most of the deep mines were drilled. 22 is probably when they first started producing. We'd have to go on then to probably 55 when there was issues with government and issues upon the miners, whether you believe them statements or not. I'm sure you understand what I'm talking about, those who are good historians. We can then move on to industrial issues in 69, 72, 84. None of these have any bearing on actually what we're talking about today. We're actually talking about the injustice of a select committee's decision, which has then been ignored by the Chancellor, which highlights deceit more than anything else, to be quite honest, from government. So I think, as Jason's put quite eloquently, to recognise that deceit and to challenge that and to ask that it is reviewed is the least we can do for these miners. 6.2 billion might not sound a lot of money these days, but that will be the amount of money taken out of the mine workers' pensions in the next few years. That's a huge amount of money that should be put back into the mines' pensions and their families, because we all know it then recircles back round in our communities. Miners don't suddenly store it away under the bed, trust me. They'll spend it in the pub. They'll spend it on the street. They'll enjoy it. So, you know, there's an irony between understanding the amounts of money that's taken there. It's another £5, whoever that was. Oh, it's Paul Henshaw, yeah, ex-miner. You couldn't believe it, could you? He ain't got £5. He ain't got £5. He's not. So, you know, but this is a decision which deserves challenge for the miners nationally. And again, like Jason, you know, I can talk about local mines, Clipston, Colliery, like I said, stocks in Europe and Ollerton Colliery, only ever one of few very profitable pits annually throughout its existence. But this is about recognising injustice. And had the BIS report came back not valuing the deficit, we would be talking about something completely different. But it didn't. It came back and said, this is wrong. In 1994, when the governance was made and the guarantee was made, and I'm sure you're all aware of this, when the guarantee was made by government to underwrite the pension fund, that was a positive thing, so it seemed. But it was that wrong. The rail pension couldn't take up that because they've seen the holes in it. So over a period of time, and this is not political at any party because this started early doors in 94, like I say. Over time, and with the deaths of the 70 miners, I mean, come on, there's a lot of miners constantly there, and the pension fund's increasing, the deficit for those that are paid and the amount of profit within that fund just increases. Give it back to the families. That's who supported it initially. That's who invested their time. That's who invested their skill underground. That's exactly where we should be. So absolutely spot. I know our Labour group fully supportive of this motion because, irrespective of everything else, it is absolutely the right thing to do. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Pringle. Councillor Lawton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I rise to support this motion. What many people may not realise, I was brought up with the mining community. farming in the middle of Bilsthorpe and Eakring, where there were quite a considerable number of miners. I've been down Bilsthorpe pit and Bevercoats pit, employed ex-miners and been involved for many years in the welfare and support of mining communities. In fact, I was on the Coalfield Communities campaign with the Beast of Balls over when Ed Miliband was the chairman. And I used to trip down to London, down to Portcullis House in support of mining communities. I represent Bilsthorpe. My doctor's surgery was in Ollerton. I waited in the queue and listened to miners coughing their guts up as they're waiting to do their blood tests and dealing with emphysema. So I have a real empathy towards supporting this motion today. I do recognise, though, that many of our mining communities, and what we don't realise is that some of them are still areas of very high deprivation. They have not moved on in the way many other communities in Nottinghamshire have. There are areas in Ollerton, areas in Edwinstowe, areas in Bilsthorpe that are still behind the curve as far as moving on from the devastation which created by the closure of the mines. And I'm not going to start blaming politics, because you can make figures say what you like, and I can tell you that the Labour Party closed more pits than the Conservatives ever did, but that is not the name of the game. That's not what this motion is about. This motion is about bringing money back in to the communities that still need that support from us as politicians. I mean, I spend a goodly percentage, nearly 60% of my community's divisional fund in Bilsthorpe. I mean, not in the leafy villages, some of the leafy villages that I represent. I spend it in Bilsthorpe because that is where it is most needed and where the most support is going. They have backlogs on roads, on miners' welfares, on housing. There's a whole issues right the way across these communities. So, I welcome, say, for example, the A614 funding. I'm not really worried about the rest of them. I want Nicholdale Lane doing in Bilsthorpe, because that will get my residents in Bilsthorpe in and out of that village. Have been complaining about it. If that helps the people of Bilsthorpe, then I'm really for it and on their side. So I welcome this motion. Well done, Jason, and well done for being collegiate as far as the motion is concerned and making it palatable. I do say that some of the funding within that miners fund needs to go into building infrastructure and improving the actual well-being of the communities, not just giving the money directly to the individuals concerned. It's about maintaining and managing those communities which are still suffering from the backlog of being left behind over many years. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Lawton. Councillor Maureen Dobson.
Thank you, Chairman. As the granddaughter of a long gone miner, know a little bit about this. Started up in the northeast and ended up in Mansfield, did my late grandfather and my mother. So it's quite pertinent that we look at this. Keith and I and Jono talked about this, and Roger at District Council, and it was a unanimous decision. There shouldn't even be, in many ways, a debate about this. And Susan, sorry, Sue, I wasn't forgetting you, unlike everybody forgetting me. Anyway, but seriously, it's about helping the miners. I hear what Bruce is saying, but it's not about infrastructure. I mean, do all of you know how much they have in a pension? Are you aware the amount? None of you would have gone down. Perhaps some of you already have. I mean, Mr. Henson and Mike. Perhaps you've been down a pit, and you. I don't know. But how many of us have even thought about being a miner? It's a dreadful profession. I'm sorry, because you end up dying so young. My grandfather died in his 50s. He shouldn't have died in his 50s, but he did in those days. And it's not much better now being underground. It's the most horrendous profession around. So I think we should just be saying no to infrastructure. Just let's get on and give these people and their families what they deserve. And tell the government loud and clear, Ben, please, and anybody else that can get into government, that this has got to stop. The late Richard Alexander, who was MP for Newark for many years, went and supported all his miners. And my gum, did he pay for it? He didn't climb the greasy ladder. He got no promotions, but he stuck to his principles and supported people. And that's what we need to get back to. We really do. These people need our help. So let's all just get on and vote yes. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Dobson. Councillor Bradley.
Thank you, Chairman. A very fair point there, Maureen, about the health inequalities and early deaths of many people who went down the pit for many years. It's all well and good getting a pension at 65. If you die at 66, it's not a great deal of use to you. And there's certainly that challenge and many issues we need to cover outside of the pension scheme. But can I start by welcoming this, and again welcoming the genuine cross-party approach that's been taken to try and find some words we can agree on, because you'll find across the chamber, I have no doubt, that the tone is slightly different and the words of what we will say across the chamber is slightly different. Maybe some of the ideas about the outcomes are slightly different, but actually, in terms of the words on this paper, there are principles and there are key objectives that we can all agree on. And I think that's what this chamber should be about. So we tried to do in the previous motion, and it's what I'm happy to do on this motion too. So thank you for being reasonable and open to those conversations. Look, this is a really important issue and an emotive issue for a lot of people and impacts on a lot of the people that I represent. That's why I've pushed for improvements to the arrangements since I was first elected. That's why I've met all the major stakeholders in this, trustees, UDM, NUM, campaigners, ministers, been to see them, been to have those conversations, talk about it, to understand it, and understand what can be done. And importantly, understand what is realistic as well in terms of government decision making and in terms of what we might be able to achieve. Because I think, again, just as we've just debated in the previous motion, there is a grey space in there between the extremes of all of this, where there are things that we could actually achieve and we could deliver, and finding what falls within that space and what we can push for that might actually happen and might actually benefit miners in their lifetime, to me, is much better than going for a full hog, give it all back immediately now, knowing from the conversations that I've had it ain't going to happen. Let's talk about what we can do and what we can get that will benefit those people. So, as Mike said, this agreement was signed in '94. It's not really changed for 20 odd years. Up until a couple of years ago, it's a bit of a mixed bag, because on the one hand, the government guarantee means that the investments did well. They were able to invest with no risk. And very few of the schemes are able to do that. It means, in many ways, and this is a question I asked on the Select Committee inquiry, does that mean that these pensions are possibly better now than they would otherwise have been without the guarantee? That was the point of it. May well be true. But the key point for me, as I said, emotive language aside, is that government's had 4 billion from this scheme, nearly 2 billion left probably to come. That's far more than they ever envisaged they would get back in '94. They never expected to get that amount of money from this pension scheme. It's had more than they ever thought it would. So for me, given all the challenges that other people have raised, given those health inequalities, given the economic inequalities that still exist in these communities where this funding is much needed, let's have a look at it and let's see if we can't support those communities by giving some of this funding back. And we'll talk about scales of that and, as I say, what's possible or desirable, but the principle of that I 100% support. And initially, the lowest hanging fruit, if you like, was improvements to the guarantee. And that's something we've done. It's something I campaigned for when I arrived in Parliament at the wish and the behest of the trustees of the pension scheme. Can we extend that guarantee to cover bonuses so that actually the scheme can never fall? If the investments go badly, those pensions will not fall. And government's extended that guarantee to be able to do that. Truthfully, there's no risk to that because they've never had to bail the scheme out and they probably never will. So extending that guarantee was a simple, straightforward, achievable thing that we could do to improve the situation. I'm very conscious that despite that, that guaranteed the money that's there. It didn't put any more money in anybody's pockets. And that's the key thing now. That's the next ask, if you like, as we move on this scale of what is possible. So there are other options that I think can be done. The reason I came and spoke to, and we've had this really positive conversation cross-party about the original suggestion, and you can see the original motion that was printed there, is the Bayes inquiry. Now, I was one of those who called for the Bayes inquiry. I was the only Conservative signatory on that letter, actually, calling for the Bayes inquiry, and I took part in it. I questioned the panels throughout it, along with Steph Peacock and other MPs across party. And the challenge that I have, and again, comes back to language and comes back to tone, is that there are parts of that report that are really helpphul, really positive, others that aren't. There wasn't a great deal of scrutiny, truthfully, of the language in the committee. You can look at the minutes that exist within the report, and nobody really dug through and said, is this the best phraseology, is this the best language? And there are things in it, it calls government disingenuous. As one example, there are things like that I'm not going to stand here and sign up to, right? But the principles and some of the plans that are within it are very positive. So I'm glad we've been able to just clear that and to be able to then agree on those principles. It also makes some conclusions, as I've touched on already, things that I've already raised with ministers. I've been to see the Chancellor in the last month about this and said what's possible. He's going to go away and look at it, but some of those things are just highly unlikely, and I've already been told that, so going back and asking it again, it is challenging. But in short, and to finalise my comments, Chairman, recognising that inherent unfairness, the government's received far more money from the scheme than anticipated, that re-examining those select committee outcomes is potentially positive. There are some good things in it. I 100% back the principles of this motion, and we should all support it.
Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Chairman. I support this motion. In 1994, when the government privatised the miners' pension scheme, it was so they would take 50% of any surplus in exchange for guaranteeing the pension would not decrease. However, successive governments have benefited from billions of pounds in surplus without having to contribute a single penny into the scheme. Mining communities have suffered pit closures for generations, and many pensioners are on low incomes trying to make ends meet. This injustice has been going on for far too long. As a minimum, the 1.2 billion the government has taken from the scheme should be handed back. According to the government's own Business, Energy and Industrial Committee, this move would increase the average weekly miner's pension of £84 per week by an extra £14 per week. This would have a significant positive impact on those thousands of members across Nottinghamshire and the East Midlands in the scheme, and would considerably reduce hardship by giving them back what is rightfully theirs. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Waters. Councillor John Wilmot.
Thank you, Chairman, for allowing me to speak on this very emotive issue. Can I say I had my grandfather and many other of my relatives that were down the pit, and it wasn't a pretty sight in respect of the condition that some of them were in. I do remember standing on Hucknall Marketplace quite a few years ago now, and within a 4-mile radius there was 8 collieries. Within a 4-mile radius of Hucknall Marketplace, which was, some people wouldn't believe it, but we proved it was correct. And of course, this decision today should be non-political. Politics shouldn't be in this at all. And I'm glad to see that most of us seem to be in agreement. I remember being the entertainments manager at the now closed up Limby Miners Welfare. Yes, I do remember it very well. And miners coming off the day shift and taking 2 pints of the strongest bitter just to get the dust from their throats. And that was absolutely true. And it wasn't just odd ones, it was a number of them had that problem. And yes, they worked hard, and of course they played hard. And they earned every penny that they got. Who today would put up with what they had to endure in those days? And the miners of Nottinghamshire worked so hard that of course, they broke coal output records at that time, which was fantastic. You know, everybody was proud of the miners in Nottinghamshire in lots of respect. Yes, they had to put up a lot, and I can remember seeing a person's back, yes, his back, covered in coal dust, and he couldn't get it out. The doctor said it's better just to leave it in. You know, it's a real problem. It was embedded under the skin. So that's what shows you what's kind of things people had to put up with. And it could not be removed at all. I visited a few years ago now an aged miners' home, and you could see the people there just coughing and spluttering and terrible health problems. And I was ill. We were just going to see it, to be honest with you. And they were all suffering terrible from problems. That's why it is so important, and I can congratulate the conclusions that put forward by Councillor Dodsley. And you're all agreeing to it. Fantastic. You know, it is because they deserve it, those miners out there. Many of them have unfortunately passed away now, but there's still a lot left. I visit a number in the 80s and 90s, and they're still very, very proactive, and it's fantastic. And if they get some of this money, it will gladden their hearts, because some of them are not earning a lot of money. They're on the basic pensions and a small pension from the pit. As I say, I fully recommend this recommendation to tackle the historical injustice in this scheme and to transfer that 1.2 billion to the pensioners fund. I don't know what the Minister of State is doing, rejecting this report. I really don't know, because even his own people in government are saying, what's he done that for? You know, it's a terrible situation. And he seems to be happy to take a minimum of £728 a year from each miner. So, Mr Chairman, in conclusion, I fully support this motion in asking for a letter to be sent from the three leaders of the groups from Nottinghamshire County Council to the Chancellor of the Exchequer and the Members of Parliament, and recommend this amended motion to you. Thanks very much all for supporting it, because you are, with doing this, you're all human beings. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wilmot. Councillor Richard Butler.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. Well, like my good friend Councillor Lawton, I'm a bit of a veteran here. 20 years, and much of my patch is an ex-mining area, the Cockgrave Colliery. And many of the miners still live in the village and are showing the signs, of scars, the health issues that they got as a result of doing what, frankly, as colleagues have said, is a thankless job, and who, in this day and age, would want to be going down a mine, and who really wanted to do it back then. But it was a case of having to. So, as Councillor Pringle said, on a slightly lighter note, yes, they are still around and they still spend their money. And they spend money in our communities, in our villages, very much so. So this has got to help them to get perhaps a little bit more enjoyment from life, and also bringing money into the community as well. But above all else, this motion shows that respect and memory needs to be shown to people across the generations who did what they had to do. And a lot of miners loved doing the job, although it was a horrible, to me, it wouldn't have got me down a colliery. I'll say it now. I mean, I just wouldn't want to be able to face it. But people enjoyed doing it, but they are paying for it now. So between us, and if we can convince the government just to do their little bit as well to give this bit of recognition that they deserve, then it must surely be supported. So yes, I'm very happy indeed to support this motion. Thank you, Mr Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Councillor Chris Barnfather.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I rise in support of the spirit of the motion that is before us today. I'm not an ex-miner. In fact, I'm probably an anathema to some ex-miners in that I stood on the picket lines in 1984, but I was probably on the wrong side for some of them. I wasn't actually on the wrong side as regards my wife's family, though, because although I wasn't a miner, all my wife's family were. Her grandfather, her father and her uncles were all miners in the Nottinghamshire coalfields. And I stood on a picket line and actually waved my father-in-law through as he went off to work. But whether you're a working miner or a non-working miner in 1984 is absolutely irrelevant to the motion that is before us today. This is about actually rectifying an injustice. And it may be an unintentioned injustice, but that injustice does exist. My wife was a coal queen. My mother-in-law was a coal queen. It was a community atmosphere that unfortunately has now left us, but the mining communities that I certainly spent many, many years visiting Forest Town Miners' Welfare, enjoying a pint with my father-in-law while he was alive, and drinking and laughing and joking with other ex-miners. That community, sadly, has lost to us now. It was a tremendous community spirit. The marching bands, the pageants, the fairs, the galas, the coal queens, something we look back on with nostalgia. What we have to do is not forget those people who actually worked hard in our coal fields and kept this country alive in some very, very difficult times. I mentioned my father-in-law and his two brothers. The unifying feature for all of them is they are all dead, and they all died in their 60s. So we look at our life expectancy generally in the population as it is today. It is considerably more than dying in your 60s. It's dying in your 80s, and they have all died within the last couple of years. They've all died from underlying respiratory diseases. My father-in-law, to take as an example, he walked with a limp from a broken leg from having been crushed by falling machinery in a pitfall. He had vibration white finger. He was profoundly deaf by the end. I had to speak to him so that he could lip read me because of the noise of the heavy machinery from 30 years at the coalface. And as I say, he died from an underlying respiratory condition. So we have an enormous debt of gratitude to, it won't help any of my former family, but to the people who are still alive. And this can't take years to resolve. We can't wait for these people basically to predecease a decision. The government need to review the decision that has been made. They need to review it favourably in favour of the mine workers. I went down a pit once as a guest of my father-in-law. He worked at Thoresby, he worked at Crowney, he worked at Sherwood. And he took me down Sherwood once, and I had to walk. I mean, he was a little fella, but I had to basically walk like this without cracking my head on the ceiling. I was down there for 2 hours. I could not wait to get back up into the fresh air. Put me up 12 hours on the beat, take me to a pub fight, I don't care. That was far preferable as a cop than ever it was being down there underground. I felt so claustrophobic in my 2 hours. How on earth did these guys work there for hours and hours on end with the machinery throbbing and the air clogged with coal dust? We have an enormous debt of gratitude to them. We should all be supporting this motion today. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Barnfather. Councillor Payne.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't wish to add anything further to the substance of the debate, and just want to associate myself with what Councillor Barnfather just so eloquently said. I couldn't comprehend working down a mine, but I have seen the impact on my own grandfather, who suffers with chronic respiratory issues in terms of COPD and vibration white finger. In the spirit of the consensual agreement and strength of feeling of the motion, I'd like to suggest, which I hope will be accepted by the mover and cross-party, that we change the words group leaders in the final paragraph of the motion to all councillors. There's clearly a very strong feeling here in the chamber, and I think it would send a very, very strong message if all councillors, clearly all of us represent constituents in our divisions, including Councillor Dobson. And so in the spirit of the debate that's taken place, I'd just like to, in a friendly fashion, suggest that we change the words group leaders to all councillors. The letter can be agreed by group leaders, and let's get everybody's name on the letter, and let's try and deal with this burning injustice. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Payne. Do you want to respond to that, Councillor Zardari?
Only very briefly, Chair. I'm very happy to accept that, particularly inclusive of all members. I think that's a very good suggestion.
Thank you for that. Councillor Paul Henshaw.
Thank you. My colleague Mike said that I worked down the pit at at my last visit to Kellingley Colliery, the National Mining Museum, the chap who was taking us down on the tour said to the group of us, did anybody work at the pit? So I put my hand up and he said, what job did you do? I said, I'm an electrician. He said, I said, who worked down the pit? You know, so there you go. So whether or not I work down the pit or not, I don't know. But what I would say, if the spirit of unanimity on this motion should go forward, and Mike touched on one of my points that I was going to raise, that it should go from all of us as a council, not just from the three groups. And I'm glad, Jason, that you've accepted that. And if you'd have told me in 1984 that I would be standing up supporting a Conservative amendment or a motion that was supported by the Conservatives, I would have said you were living in cloud cuckoo land. And I hope Councillor Barnfather, when he was on the picket line, didn't wave his pay slip at the miners that were on strike, because they did. And there were some who weren't very good in that dispute. And
just to raise a point there, Chairman, they were Metropolitan Police officers.
Yes, I know
they were categorically not blue-shirted local officers.
I know. Thank you for correcting that and telling your colleagues that some police actually did that. But I'm telling you now, I would ally myself with the devil, if there was such a thing, to get a fair deal for the mine workers' pension scheme and for the people that are drawing that money. Because this is an injustice that has gone on for far too long, and we need to address that injustice. It mentions in the motion about we owe a debt of gratitude to the miners. Indeed we do. But let's forget miners who have died, their dependents are claiming their pension. So we're hitting the families, the wives and the families of ex-miners. So that's another reason why we've got to support this. And I must pay tribute to the National Union of Mine Workers, who have tirelessly over the years pushed this issue to governments of all political persuasions. They have been at the forefront of that argument, and we must pay tribute to them as much as anyone. Now, it's been mentioned that Labour closed more pits than the Tories. Well, they might have done. I'm not disputing the figures. But I'm telling you this now. They never closed a mine that was not exhausted of coal. They never closed a mine out of vitriolic reasons just to devastate communities and to get at a union. But in this modern times of everybody going together, we've got to forget that. We've got to forget the devastation to my community, and we've got to move on. We're in the 21st century. What would happen now if we're debating opening a new coal mine in Nottinghamshire? Would we all be putting our hands up saying, let's have it, despite coal being one of the worst polluters in the world? And going back to pollution and the amount of rubbish that goes out of a colliery, we were developing and using clean coal technology in the 80s and the 90s. Admittedly, that was to minimise acid rain. But I'm sure with clean coal technology and carbon capture now, we could possibly look at it. But that's another debate and that's another issue. Thank you all for supporting my union in pushing for this, and let's hope the ministers and the people in Parliament will listen. Thank you.
Councillor Jim Creamer.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll keep it short. I just want to actually associate myself with just about everything that's been said. And for experience, yes, I did spend 6 months down the mine myself before I moved on to the railway, where I stayed for the rest of my career. It wasn't that bad a job down when I was young, but I could see how it was going. So I joined the railway for the open air, a little bit like Barnfather in that respect. But so what I say, we do owe them a continuing debt of gratitude. In my own patch, literally where I live, there are a couple of ex-miners. They used to walk to Gedling from Carlton because there are quite a few footpaths through, so you don't have to drive all the way through. And through an estate called Phoenix Estate, which was built by the pit. And there are still miners in there, and as everybody said, there are people actually suffering because of the work they did with the actual pit work. So yes, it's an ongoing there. I think everybody in this room probably has some part of their community or a large part of their community that is still suffering from actually working in the pits. As for the pension scheme itself being daylight robbery, yes, the words were sound. We'll underscore it, and we'll take 50% of profits, but it never lost money. They never needed to underscore it. And as said earlier by one of my colleagues, I was in Parliament when they were discussing what they were going to do with the railway pension scheme a couple of years later. So I was actually in the gallery, and the miners' pension scheme was brought up then, only 2 or 3 years after it had been, and all the faults were known then. It's taken this long for at least part of the government to admit in that committee that the scheme was wrong, the scheme was unjust. It may not have intended to start out like that, but once it did, to actually correct it has taken far, far too long. And as I say, it was known to my railway colleagues. It's unfortunately the miners' pension scheme actually saved ours, or whoever followed after us as well. And that's wrong in one respect. Once it was recognised the scheme was actually being misused and the members were actually suffering from it, it should have been altered at that stage all those years ago. So again, thanks everybody, and actually moving things forward. And I hope it will go a lot quicker because the miners that are actually directly involved are actually dying down. Can't say it anyway. They're actually passing on. It's their families now who continue to suffer. And as Councillor Lawton said, the communities still suffer regardless. So we need to do something. And I'm glad that everybody's in agreement with this because, as I said, I think everybody, whether large or small communities in their patch, has some miners in it. Thank you, Chairman.
Martin.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm glad we've got cross-party support for this motion, and it really is important. I've got generations of miners in my family, and I remember spending Saturday mornings and Saturday afternoons running around Reneth Colliery pit tip and going into the working men's club there. You know, on a Saturday afternoon, it was full of miners, and I could just see above the smoke level in the welfare there. Obviously, where I am in Underwood, there were 4 pits in Jacksdale, Underwood and Selston, and in the next village there were 4 pits in Brinsley. One of the biggest slag heaps in the area is in Brinsley. It's known as the Dot Hill, just before Eastwood. And again in Councillor Dan Williamson's division, there was Benting and Ansley. The miners' families are still all around, and of course I remember quite rightly the 1984 strike because we were on the border, right on the border. And going to Ansley used to get stopped by the police when I was 18 driving a car, and it was just unbelievable. The flying pickets that came, and if they knew that we would be standing here today, still after all this time, trying to put right that injustice that's happened to their families, it would have probably unified them at the time if they'd have thought that this was going to be the outcome of their hard work and generations before them. So I'm glad we've got cross-party support. So thank you for that. Cheers.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor Camilleri.
Thank you. Thanks, Nigel. I'd like to say, Paul, I agree with you because I was an apprentice fisher at the pit and the electricians never did any work at all. Yeah, so there, I was a young, just tell you a little story. I worked at the pit as a young lad. Obviously, I'm from Mansfield. You can tell by the Northern Notts dialect. And I went to a secondary modern, called it Pit Fodder School. So we all went there. I went to Derby Road Tech. I went to Rufford Colliery as an apprentice fitter. And I'd like to say that most of the people I worked with were still my friends and all. And I was only there 2 or 3 years before I went into a different world. But they were great people. And talking about Kellingley Colliery, my dad was a shaft sinker at Kellingley Colliery. And I don't know if anybody watched the programme, The Last Pit, going down, if anybody watched that. The camaraderie and the sadness when the pits closed down. People who've never worked at a pit would never understand that. The friends were close, somebody died. And many times, I'm looking at Paul, I know people had died at the pit, and that was a lad, died just, it was one of those things, it was a dangerous place to work. I remember sitting down there as a young apprentice and I had a good job really, I didn't really do much work, which it was down there, and I was down the pit and one of the roof came in. You remember the roof came in, Paul, and black, all these young little lads, little apprentices, black, and a bloke said to me, he said, "What are you doing down here? This is tough. The machine going past and most dangerous place in the world." And to see that a government that I support not giving the money to these lads who work down there, and I'm talking about some of my closest friends, and some have died, from diseases. I'm lucky because I'm not as old as he thinks I am, but died. I was one of the lucky ones. I got out. And I'll tell you why I got out. It was one day I was in the pit showers and I was getting changed and an old lad was talking to me. Obviously, I've got a lot of this chatting away. And he said, "What are you doing here, lad?" And he turned round and he showed me his back. And I think it was, that's not. And I turned round and his back was blue. Because what used to happen, you'd cut your back as you were crawling along, the cold, dust would get in your back and all your back was done. He said, "What do you want this for? Why do you want to stay here?" And I left about 2 months later. But they're there, and it's sad. And I think as a government, Ben's done absolutely fantastic work on this. I've been down, I think I came down to Parliament to watch you in a debate. He's done everything possible, and he's more disappointed than we are because it's absolutely tragic. And I think I support this motion 110%. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Camilleri. Daniel Williamson, I think, is your option if you wish to exercise your right to speak.
Thank you, Chair, and I will exercise my right. I'm incredibly delighted by how much uniform support we've got for this motion in this chamber today. It makes the alterations worthwhile to me. The reason I was so delighted to second this motion was that, just like Councillor Dobson, and many of you here, my entire family largely comes from mining. I owe my very existence to mining. Councillor Dobson, your family came from the northeast and ended up in Mansfield. My great-grandfather came from the fields of mid-Wales and ended up in Ashfield, not just on his own, but with 11 brothers and sisters in tow after my great-great-grandfather died. And he worked down the pits his entire life to provide for the rest of the family. We've heard from a lot of councillors in this room on this subject, all very supportive. I'd like to read you just two of the messages that we've received about this issue from families who were directly affected by the committee decision. Number one, my father worked as a miner and sadly passed away from coal-related industrial diseases. I'm fighting for him, I'm fighting for my mum and other colliers and their families who are simply being robbed of their pensions. Second statement. I'm supporting this campaign because my father was a miner and he worked damned hard. He passed away in his prime and spent too many years in the dark. The miners deserve justice, every last one. Mr. Chairman, I could have read out dozens of messages, but everybody knows the score here. The miners' scheme was designated to protect the income of former miners, but it's turned out simply to be a windfall for the government. So far collected over £4 billion as a result of this agreement. Meanwhile, the average payment from the scheme to the miners, roughly, I believe, around £84 a week. Widows, who often outlive their husbands by many decades, receive significantly less. The equal share that we asked for, an equal share is not a fair share, and there was no justification for the government to take this money from the pockets of miners and their widows and their families. Councillor Bradley, you've said yourself, the risk to the government from this are marginal. They've never had to put any money into the scheme. Why are they refusing now? The pension fund was created for the subs of the miners. They sacrificed their health and their well-being in the pits to build the nation's wealth. Like other colleagues in here have stated this morning, my main experience of the pits comes from my uncles, it comes from my grandfather, most specifically it comes from my great-grandfather. My great-grandfather died when I was quite young. I was around 8 years old, so I don't have a lot of memories of him. Every single memory I do have of him involves a nebulizer, something that he had to use every single day of his life as a result of spending most of his life down the pit, keeping the backbone of this country going and keeping us all warm in our beds at night. Our miners have been shafted continuously by successive governments. This government has recently U-turned on not supporting measures to help child poverty, on self-isolation rules, on our nurses' pay rises and more. Boris seems to make his mind up on the Monday, get clobbered on the Tuesday, and changes his mind on the Wednesday. Our politicians should be standing up for their miners, telling their stories and supporting their cause. And once again, I'm so incredibly proud that this chamber has done that today. Again, we are not asking for special favours for our ex-miners and their families. All we are asking for is a government to keep their promise. That's where we, as county councillors, can play our part. We need to show compassion when we can. Yes, we have to make tough decisions when we can't, but we need to listen to the views of those who gave so much for so little. If I may, Mr. Chairman, I'm just going to finish with a quick story about one of the affected miners. Terminally ill former miner Roy Thompson has pulmonary fibrosis after 21 years down the pits and is on oxygen 24 hours a day. Roy said, "The government seems to have been greedy and stolen our money. Miners who need it are dying daily when we should be treated like heroes." I've spoken about compassion already, Mr. Chairman. After people like Charles Chiverton, who Councillor Drosny mentioned earlier, who himself did 27 years down Thorsby Pit, raised Roy's plight, the government said, "Our sympathies are with Mr. Thompson and his family at this difficult time." Days later, they refused to implement the recommendations of the committee to help ex-miners like Roy, who they claimed their sympathies were with. When the government announced the decision to ignore the recommendations, Carol, Mr. Thompson's wife, said that her husband was unconscious and already on end-of-life care, but she was glad that he wasn't aware of the decision. I'm proud, Mr. Chair, to second this motion on behalf of every ex-miner and their families in Nottinghamshire and around the UK in tribute to all those who have lost their lives prematurely. I urge you all to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Can I call on Councillor Drosny to sum up?
Just, I don't want to mislead council at all. And working with Councillor Zadrozny, Councillor Bradley and Councillor Williams, and being an ex-miner, I didn't want anybody to think that I had anything to do with the miners' pensions, because being somebody with a balanced head on my shoulders and a quiet voice, my decision at the time, my uni decision at the time, and the way I found myself being able to audit my passion towards a certain union meant that I had no inclusion in the miners' pension scheme. So, just as Councillor Zadrozny, Councillor Bradley, I dare say Councillor Williamson, none of these people that have been working on this have got any claim on the miners' pension scheme, but we all see the injustice.
Thank you, Councillor Pringle. Jason, you.
Thank you, Chair. I don't want you to speak for very long because I think it's been incredibly touching for me to hear some of these speeches. Because it's clear so many members have a real history, a local history. And I mentioned it's literally there on our plaque, and it's clearly running through the veins of so many members here. And Councillor Barnfather and Councillor Henshaw particularly stuck out for me as detailed and passionate without notes, because they've lived this, you know, we've all experienced it, and I'm so pleased that there's some unanimity here, because I think we all see historic injustice. For me, this is more about other things than an injustice, and I always think about your own family. My little grandfather, I've mentioned loads, was 97 last week. He and my grandmother, who's 90. Pay so much in care costs that they literally are housebound, not through physical illness, although there is significant physical illness, but largely housebound. And all he wants to do once a week is go to a garden centre. He loves this, pottering about, buy a few things and a cup of tea, without a handout from one of us. And for some of those people, it's about dignity. And I think this motion has the opportunity to give some of our communities their dignity back They were proud communities, they were proud people, and they absolutely deserve this. So I'm very happy that we've got that support, Mr. Chairman, and I commend the motion to the Chamber. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Strozzi. That concludes the speakers. So can we then move to the vote? All those in favour? Oh, we got somebody out again. I thought we'd. No, I didn't think there was anybody. That's unanimous. Therefore, the motion is carried. We move then to motion 3, and I call upon Councillor David Martin to move the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nottinghamshire County Council notes that this government is currently consulting on increasing the free prescription age to 66, and tens of thousands of residents in Nottinghamshire aged 60 to 65 will be adversely impacted. This council further notes that residents aged between 60 and 65 receive free prescriptions when they turn 60 in England, whereas the state pension age is now 66. This council also notes that comments made by the Royal Pharmaceutical Society, who said it was deeply concerned by the plan and warned it could leave people without the important medications that they need. This council acknowledges that according to the Institute of Fiscal Studies, among older workers, 37% reported that their household income was now lower because of the impact of successive coronavirus lockdowns. These are the very residents who will be impacted if this age for free prescriptions is raised. The council therefore resolves to write a formal submissions to the consultation opposing plans to raise the free prescription age to 66. The council further resolved to send a letter to the Secretary for State and Social Care, the Right Honourable Sajid Javid, MP, from the leaders of the groups on Nottinghamshire County Council, formally opposing these plans. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. In proposing this motion, can I thank the number of residents from across places like Ashfield and Mansfield who have got in touch. Currently, people qualify for free NHS prescriptions at the age of 60, but a government consultation is seeking views on whether the prescription fees should be brought in line with state pension age, so that only those over 66 will qualify for a free prescription in future. This will impact on tens of thousands of residents across Nottinghamshire. According to recent figures released by the Office of National Statistics, there are over 220,000 residents in Nottinghamshire aged between 60 and 65. Many of these residents, especially in places like North Nottinghamshire, will be hugely impacted if the pension age changes. The current change for prescription, the current charge for prescription, is £9.35. Many residents have to get multiple prescriptions on a weekly basis. If the prescription age changes, many residents will face a stark choice, either to pay up or survive without the medication. Is this the type of society we wish to live in? And I'll just add further there that about 3 years ago, as a member of Adult Health and Social Care, the NHS did a review on what prescriptions, what medicines could be bought with prescriptions. So things like Anodin, aspirin and paracetamol, which were really cheap, were taken off the list. So when we're talking about prescriptions, we're only talking about the more expensive medicines for aftercare when you come out of hospital and other such, cancer treatments and stuff like that. So the government is trying to save itself money by turning its back on the over 60s, and I would urge members of this council to oppose the change. For men and women, the state pension age is currently 66, but this is scheduled again to rise to 67 between 2026 and 2028. It's deeply disturbing that if this goes ahead, it will result in people not being able to take prescribed medicine because they can't afford it. I would urge members to support this council in writing a formal submission to the government as part of the consultation opposing any rise in pension age, because this is just like when the government raised the pension age for women a few years ago. There was a massive outcry about it because there are a lot more people involved, and they're not just in Ashfield, they're in every part of the country. So, I urge you to support this because, like I said earlier, the government has already done a review on NHS prescriptions and taken away the low-hanging fruit. So when you're buying your prescription or paying for your prescription, it's the more expensive medicines that you have to pay for. So in places like Ashfield and Mansfield, where the deprivation levels are probably higher, and even in parts of Bassetlaw, this is going to impact on a lot of families, especially after COVID. And we've just heard in the last motion how people are affected by lack of income for one reason or another. And this is just another sting in the tail. I think it's the wrong thing to do at the wrong time. So I urge you all, please, to support the motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. I call upon Councillor Helen Ann Smith to second the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll happily second that motion and reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. I've got two speakers indicated at the moment. Jim Creamer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll actually rising to absolutely totally support this. Going back, and Councillor Martin sort of just mentioned it with the previous debate, we heard about people's families still suffering, about their families dying early. Now, and I did the online survey the other day, which is a very biased in the first question is, do you agree or not? Well, fair enough. But the second question is, if it's done, how do we do it? Do we exempt the people who are exempt now, which is a very short time period, obviously. But my main issue with this as well, it doesn't mention long-term diseases. It doesn't mention what they're planning on doing about diabetes, which of course is free before 66. It's when you actually you get free prescriptions if you've got diabetes. And the reason for that is it's not diabetes itself that kills you, it's all the side effects of it, blindness, blood clots, everything else. So that's why it's free. And actually upping it to 66, even in the ordinary population. Now, we've just had a really good debate on injuries down the mind, dangerous job, and all the rest of it. But many chronic diseases start in their 50s. Injuries, back problems, diseases, etc. Now, that's already waiting till you're 60 to actually get prescriptions for those. So you have got a short wait there. But actually to raise it to 66, and as has already been said, 67, and who knows what's going to happen by the time I've got grandkids, it might be 80. So yes, I actually support this motion. I think it's wrong at this moment in time. We've got an ageing population. Carlton West is getting an ageing population. And as I said, ailments actually start to manifest themselves in the 50s. Everybody wants to be healthy, not everybody is. But to move it to 66 is just absolutely wrong. It doesn't help anybody. It'll actually increase the cost for us of care when people can no longer look after themselves at home. It's got knock-on effects. So, yeah, I totally support this motion, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Creamer. Councillor Lee Waters.
Thank you, Chairman. I support this motion, particularly due to a state pension harmonisation, which was to age 65, now to 66. That will further increase in time to 67 and then 68. An example is the Waspies, who'd been promised a state pension all their lives at 60, but they had to make last-minute changes to their retirement plans and are now particularly hard hit. Therefore, the proposals to increase the free prescription age to 66 with little warning could compound the issues and are likely to increase with state pension age. This is a particularly harsh double blow to these generations who have already lost out on thousands of pounds due to state pension changes, but have also paid taxes all their life for promises that have been broken. The very least that can be done is to ensure that they can still have a free prescription from 60 if they are ill. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Waters. Councillor Scott Carlton.
Thank you, Chairman. The government is consulting on the idea of aligning the upper age for the NHS prescription charge exemptions with a state pension age of 66. The consultation sets out two options for change. Option A, to raise the qualifying age for free prescriptions to 66 for everyone, or option B, to phase this policy in more gradually, meaning that more people currently in the age range 60 to 65 would continue to receive free prescriptions. But there's also an implicit third option, that the government, after completing its consultation, could choose not to proceed with any change at all. Historically, the exemption age for prescriptions was for people aged 65 and over. This was extended in 1974 to women aged 60 and over. And in 1995, it was extended to men 60 and over, based on the state pension age for women at the time. However, as the government's consultation paper explains, the rise in state pension age to 66, whilst reflecting the welcome fact that people are living longer, has created a disconnect between age-based prescription charge exemption and the state pension age. Councillor Martin's motion states that if the free prescription age is increased to 66, tens of thousands of residents would be adversely impacted, and that we should oppose any change whatsoever. I would argue that the situation is far more nuanced, that the proposal has pros and cons, which need to be properly considered, that our response should reflect the balance that needs to be struck. If the qualifying age for prescriptions was increased to 66, it is true that most people of working age would have to pay for their prescriptions than before, and no doubt that many of those people would prefer those prescriptions to remain free. So yes, many would consider themselves to be adversely impacted. But let's be realistic. Many people aged 60 and over of working age do have sufficient income to afford a prescription charge. Some are currently receiving an exemption they don't actually need. The situation surely is not sustainable at a time when there are growing pressures on health and social care budgets, further exacerbated by COVID-19. We need to ensure that every penny of public money gets to the people who need it, and thus it's not unreasonable to argue that people should pay for their prescriptions if they can afford to do so. The money saved then can be reinvested in the NHS and other services, including council services, to benefit the growing number of people who truly need our support. We should also recognise that a lot of people in the 60 and over age bracket will also find that they are exempt from charge anyway. For example, if they receive some form of income support, have a disability or maybe a medical exemption. That said, Chairman, it would concern me if the proposed changes adversely impacted those generally who cannot afford to pay for a prescription, specifically those lying just above the threshold for exemption from prescription charges. In that respect, I understand the concerns expressed by the Royal Pharmaceutical Society and the Institute of Fiscal Studies. Nobody should find themselves in a position where their inability to afford the prescription charge deters them from obtaining the medication that they need or the frequency recommended. There have been very few changes to the prescription exemption arrangements since they were introduced in 1968. The most significant change to the list of exempt medical conditions was the addition of cancer sufferers in April 2009. I would suggest if the government decides to make any change to the qualifying age for prescriptions, ministers should look very closely at the current prescription exemption rules to ensure that people lying just above the current exemption threshold will not be left genuinely disadvantaged. It would be a false economy to save money up front on free prescriptions, only to see people suffer a deterioration in otherwise manageable conditions, eventually placing a greater burden on our NHS. A review of the prescription charge exemption rules will not only prevent that from happening, but also to take into account those affected by the medical, economic and social impact of coronavirus. Unfortunately, it's practically impossible to amend Councillor Martin's motion to reflect these observations. His motion opposes any change at all to the current prescription arrangements, which ignores the need to develop a health and social care strategy that will be sustainable for generations to come. For that reason, we cannot support such a rigid motion. However, I do agree the Council should respond to the consultation and write to the Secretary of State. Even if this motion falls, I will still take the time to express these views and concerns that I have just described. And I encourage all members in this chamber to take part in this consultation and to share their view, whether it is similar to mine or not. Ultimately, this is a policy matter for the government and not for this council to take forward. But as individuals, we're entitled to our say. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Dobson, did you indicate?
Yes, Chairman, I did. Very briefly, I concur with everything that you've just said, Councillor Scott. Because what we've got to realise, it doesn't matter what anybody thinks, it is injustice in many ways, but at the same time, we've all got to remember we've spent billions on the pandemic, and somewhere along the line, something's going to stop. The next thing is we should be having government telling us the triple lock's stopping. Well, what are we going to be doing there at Nottinghamshire about that? So while I hear what everybody's saying, I think the government needs to be told to go back to the drawing board and think things through properly, sensibly, and take it step by step. I agree. It shouldn't just be stopped. It should be gradual. And people then, because you're absolutely right, there's an awful lot of people that can afford to pay for the prescriptions, an awful lot. But I do feel we need to just remember there ain't a bottomless pit. There is not a bottomless pit. As much as we'd like to keep paying, giving people their free prescriptions from an early age, like we'd like to give them pensions from an early age, at the end of the day, we've got to do it gradually and sensibly. And I'm sorry, it sounds very Tory, but it's not. It's called common sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dobson. Are there any more speakers? Councillor Hollis.
Thank you, Chairman, and I'm glad I've come in after Maureen there, because I was impressed by Councillor Carlton's comments. Actually, it seemed very balanced, but I think Maureen slightly took it off the topic. You know, you don't balance the economy by picking on the people who can't afford it, and it might be all right in leafy Collingham, but the average wage in Sutton is around £20,000. You know, people, like in the previous debate, we talk about whether people can feed the families or heat the homes, and we talk about in the last motion as well, with the miners' pension, which I welcome going through unanimously. You know, regardless of what colour you are, I appreciate the government of the day, which is now Conservative, has to make choices to balance the economy. And do we invest? Do we borrow? Whatever the decision of the day is. But to me, you don't balance that economy by the lowest in our society. And that's why things like the miners' pension was very important. And why things like prescriptions are important. And exactly like Councillor Carlton says, you don't want to have a false economy where we save a couple of pounds today and cost ourselves later because somebody who is ailing or needs a bit of a medication chooses not to spend that £9 per item on a prescription, which can be very expensive if particularly you need multiple medication repeatedly, and chooses not to have it, and then gets worse, and then the NHS is picking up the tab, which is coming from the same pot. So to me, I would urge the government to rethink this. And that's exactly why the motion's here today, because we need to keep people healthy. I mean, limiting people's access to medication, which ultimately putting a price on it for more people in the community will do, during a global pandemic, possibly isn't the best time to consider these things. We need to make sure people have firstly got money in the pocket so they can isolate where possible and keep themselves to themselves. And we also need to make sure they've got medication when it's needed. So I fully support this, and I think it's a real good message to the government that we can send, that Nottinghamshire thinks that we should think again, and obviously we're lucky to have an MP that can voice it in the chamber as well. But there's other things the government can do to look at it. I mean, we're giving tax breaks to millionaires, and people are flying into space who don't pay taxes to our government. I'd suggest picking on them would be the first thing we look at, not people who are trying to frankly make themselves healthy with medication that's there and available. That's my opinion on it, Mr. Chairman, for what it's worth, and I appreciate you taking the time to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hollis. Councillor John Wilmot.
Thank you, Chairman. I fully support this motion before us today, and the reason I do is because I get in touch with a lot of charities and a lot of many organisations, and many people ring me to ask me my opinion on things and so forth. And it just seemed that in the present circumstances, this consultation on raising the free prescription age to 66 is wrong at this time. Thousands of people have already been hit financially by this pandemic, and many people in the age bracket 60 to 65 are on low incomes. well, on low incomes or even retired. But as the Pharmaceutical Society says, and I know a lot about the Pharmaceutical Society because I took a course.
Members, to just interrupt the current speaker, could I ask you all to pay attention and not hold your own little meetings in the background? Councillor Wilmot is speaking on the motion. Could we all please pay attention?
Thank you very much, Chairman, and I won't keep you very much longer. I can see you're all very tired. But as I say, as the Pharmaceutical Society is saying, they are deeply shocked and concerned by this plan to raise the free prescription age to 66 at this time. And I've warned it could leave people unable to pay for the important medication that they need. And don't forget, there are hundreds and thousands of people on medication through having COVID. And they need these prescriptions. And many of them are at this age group of 60 to 66. So can I also say that the Institute for Fiscal Studies, which is also an extremely talented organisation that does a lot of good within the community and knows a lot of the problems that most people have. And it's very well respected organisation. And they have said that many older workers will be badly affected by the decision if it goes through. So, Chairman, I have to fully support this motion in writing a formal submission to the consultation, opposing any plan to raise free prescriptions age to 66 at this present time. It's not the right time to do it. It may be later on, I don't know. We need to consult more on this issue before we do anything like that. So, and also, we must write to the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care from the leaders of our three groups. I hope you'll do that to formally oppose these plans at the present time. And thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Wilmot. I don't propose to take any more speakers on this motion. Obviously, Helen and David will have the right to speak, and then we will move to the vote. And in view of the time we are at now, I propose that the remaining two motions are carried forward as the first business of motions at the next meeting.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Before I go into what I was going to say, I just want to pick up on a couple of points that have been made today. One that I heard Keith mention about, if you're on long-term medications, they are free. Not all of them. We've recently found out that if you're on blood thinners, for example, you're on them for life. They aren't free. You do still have to pay for them, even though it is a lifelong condition and you're going to be on them forever. You do have to pay for those. So there is some anomalies in there. I don't know if there's any others, but there is some there. There was something that Scott said. I can't remember the exact wording that you used, but you said that because they're 60, they'll have the money to be able to pay for it. Well, just because somebody is 60, it doesn't mean that they can afford to pay for it. They may still be on low incomes, just like some of us are. And I think it's quite disparaging to say. And I do think with a lot of the things, and this isn't an attack as such, but a lot of the things that government put forward, it actually impacts the lower earners. So if you're on benefits, you tend to get this sort of stuff free anyway. If you're on the higher incomes, it doesn't impact you as much. But it's that middle bracket that always seems to get hit. All the new initiatives, all the new schemes, that middle bracket are the ones that are always left out. You're just that little bit too over to get any working tax credits or anything like that. So you don't qualify for the free prescriptions, but you still have to pay for them. And I think it's that band that always gets missed. And I do have some concerns around that. But if I could just go on to my original speech, Mr. Chairman. In seconding this motion, can I state that I am deeply concerned that even more people will have to make choices about their health based on their ability to pay. Everyday pharmacists are asked by patients who are unable to afford all the items in their prescription which ones they could do without. Patients shouldn't have to make choices which involve rationing their medicines. No one should be faced with a financial barrier to get the medicines they need. In England, people receive free prescriptions when they turn 60, while the state pension age is currently 66 and set to rise to 68 by 2039. Charities have dubbed prescription price hikes a tax on health. as the new report suggests that their costs could rise beyond £10 within 4 years. The Prescription Charges Coalition called the growing charges unfair, stating that some patients were having to choose between food and medicine. A single prescription item will cost £10.15 in 2025 and £11.35 by 2031, based on the current trajectory of prices the coalition calculates. This group of 20 organisations seek the abolition of prescription charges for those with long-term health conditions also. And I just want to read you out a statement from Caroline Abrahams, the Charity Director at Age UK. She said, prescriptions for over 60s have been free for more than 25 years. And while moving the qualifying age up to 66 might save the government some money, overall it would be a drop in the ocean, while having a disastrous impact on older people's health. The rationale for these free prescriptions is that as people get older, they tend to develop long-term health conditions that need regular medications to keep them under control. High blood pressure being a typical case in point. It is certainly not unusual to be on several medications in your early 60s, and if people have to pay for them, the cost would very quickly mount up. Making people pay would discourage them from getting a diagnosis and adhering to their prescribed medication. And for some in this age group, it would be downright unaffordable, penalising those whose incomes are modest, who are not on universal credit the most. In the end, moving the qualifying age up to 66 could prove to be considerably more expensive than keeping it where it is, especially if it means risk factors for serious illness are less well controlled than before. It also goes without saying that the health impacts on some individuals could be pretty devastating if their conditions worsen as a result. Not only is this idea likely to be extremely unpopular with the over 60s and up and down the land, it could well be entirely self-deprecating for the Treasury too. Any decision to raise the age for free prescriptions should be vigorously opposed, and I would urge all members within this chamber to support this motion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Martin, to sum up and reply.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah. Obviously, this is going to have an adverse impact on 1 in 5 people in Nottinghamshire. And as an adult health and social care provider, the adverse impact of those costs are going to be reflected through the County Council. We spend millions every year supporting the NHS. The budget for this County Council is something like 459 million, and the adult health and social care bill last year was 216 million pounds of that, and that would only be set to rise should the adverse impacts of people not being able to afford their medicines come into play. So how can we, as an adult health and social care provider, support something that's going to adversely impact the finances of this council? And it isn't until people reach the age of 55 plus that most people suddenly find they have an illness that they weren't aware of, and then they lose their job and their life goes out of control, and they aren't as young and resilient and got the cash in the bank to be able to afford to do what younger people do. So if you want to adversely impact 1 in 5 of your residents, then vote against this motion now and look at the adult health and social care bill rise as an adverse impact of what you're about to do. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. We now move to the vote. All those in favour of the motion? I don't know who's got the hands up and who hasn't. Are you making your mind up, Jim? Did you get that? Some of them were going up and coming down. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think it's 23.
Everyone put their hands back up that were meant to be up.
All the way up.
All the way up so we can see them.
Chair, can I call for a recorded vote, please?
23.
Yeah, David.
Recorded vote.
We'll take the hands, then we'll come back for the recorded vote. Okay.
Yeah. All those against?
Any abstentions?
Any abstentions?
Abstentions.
Maureen, one. Yeah. That's it.
All right. So on the hands, what's that? Ask David if he can get 10 hands for the report.
23 for, 33 against and 1 abstention. So the motion is lost. You need 10 people to put their hands up. We got 10? Yeah.
Okay, thanks, colleagues. I'm going to record the vote. After we've rung the bell, I'm going to record the vote.
The people are disappeared.
Point of information, Chairman, if I could, while we're waiting for the bell, just to say, I think Councillor Carter made it clear, and I'll reiterate just for the record, that we're more than happy to make a submission, just recognising that it's more nuanced than perhaps the motion recommends. So we'll go away and do that work, and we'll make a more nuanced and detailed submission to this process over the course of the coming weeks.
So,
Can we settle down and have your attention, please, so that the monitoring officer and chief executive can continue with the recorded vote?
Thank you, Chairman. So starting with Councillor Adair.
Against.
Councillor Adams. Councillor Allen. Pauline.
What did she say?
Are you sure it's not 5?
Councillor Anderson.
Against.
Councillor Bailey.
Against.
Councillor Barnfather. Councillor Bradley. Councillor Butler. Councillor Callaghan. Councillor Camilleri. Councillor Carlton. Councillor Neil Clark. Councillor Corden. Councillor Cotty.
Against.
Councillor Creamer.
For.
Councillor Cubley. Councillor Deakin. Councillor Dobson. Councillor Eddy. Councillor Fole. Councillor Garner. Councillor Girling.
Against.
Councillor Gowland. Councillor Henshaw. Councillor Hollis. Councillor Introna. Councillor Richard Jackson. Councillor Roger Jackson. Councillor Kerry. Councillor Lawton. Councillor Lee. Councillor Martin. Councillor McGrath. Councillor Meakin. Councillor Moxon. Councillor Ogle.
Against.
Councillor Owen. Councillor Payne. Councillor Place. Councillor Pringle. Councillor Purdue-Horan. Councillor Quigley.
Against.
Councillor Saddington. Councillor Shaw. Councillor Smith, Helen Ann Smith. Councillor Sam Smith. Councillor Tom Smith. Councillor Taylor.
Against.
Councillor Turner. Councillor Upton. Councillor Waters. Councillor Welsh. Councillor Gordon Wheeler. Councillor Jonathan Wheeler. Councillor Daniel Williamson.
For.
Councillor Elizabeth Williamson. Councillor Wilmot. Councillor Zadrozny. Thank you.
Two. 4, 33 against and 1 abstention. 22.
Nearly the same. We seem to have lost one.
On
Yeah,
the recorded
we've lost a
vote,
couple.
yeah, 22 for, 33 against, 1 abstention.
Members, the result of the recorded vote is 22 for, 33 against and 1 abstention. And can I thank you all for your patience and attendance in what has been a very warm day.
Thank you, Chairman. Hold on.